Yo, this shit is so scary. This is a scary friggin' thing. And I am definitely about to share with the family. This is a scary thing. All right, babe. Boom. Boom, shakalaka. All right. Let's get this up and running for the family. With the family. This is a scary thing. All right, babe. Here you go, guys. Y'all want
Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
Other than Dr. Say?
I guess that's an obvious question.
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
Other than Dr. Say?
I guess that's an obvious question.
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
Other than Dr. Say?
I guess that's an obvious question.
I'm from with niggas, pull your car and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
Other than Dr. Say?
I guess that's an obvious question.
Oh, yes, most definitely. Greatest person that I could give my flowers to while they're still alive is Dr.
I'm from with niggas, pull your car and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
I mean, I don't know who else I could sharpen my sword with.
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
So you gotta understand this.
It's so-
I'm in a lonely place. I'm in a lonely place. I don't have anybody to talk to about this type of information.
Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
That'll understand you.
That'll understand me. Most people in the community, they might say they buy a house, but they don't really understand house like that.
Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
That's just their bag, and that's how they get product off and things like that. These guys that are extremely egotistical, and you can never sit down and have conversations with them because everything they know is right. So it's like, what are you gonna get from that?
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
You know, so the only person that I know that's been my brother that is a genius, that's intelligent, that knows what he's talking about,
Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
and I swear by his information,
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
is Inky,
Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
which I see having him on Monday.
I was just about to tell you, that's my second guess.
Yeah, man. You know, that's the only guy I can give my flowers to. Otherwise, if I'm missing you, if I'm missing somebody, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt you like that. You know what I'm saying?
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
Wow, man. I see you having him
Yeah.
on
He's
Monday.
actually my second guess. He's actually my second guess.
Who was your-
You, brother, you.
Oh, okay. No, I thought you said second guess in terms of what you asked me. I was like,
No.
I thought I was gonna say something.
No. I meant second guess on the show.
And then he's a father. Transparent. Like this man is doing all this work, running his whole business, and then raising all these children. You know what I'm saying? That's not easy to do. So, you know.
All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
Other than Dr. Say?
I guess that's an obvious question.
Oh yes, most definitely. You know what I'm saying? Greatest person that I could give my flowers to while they're still alive is Dr.
I'm from with niggas, pull your car and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, you know.
I guess that's an obvious question.
As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes but isn't limited to kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated. As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated. As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes.
Okay. That was a slight technical difficulty. My bad. Ington. My Baddington. Okay. Now we're going to do this so I can show you guys this. And then we will be ready to go. Join it as big as possible. Get this even bigger. Bang. And shout out Phil Kazar for keeping me informed so I can help keep you guys informed. Now check this out. This is scary right here. And the reason why I'm saying this is scary is because a similar law passed in LA. And that's why, well, that's one of the contributing reasons why the murders are going so insane. Or it seems like the murder is just like, it seems like the crime is just getting out of hand over there. Obviously, we see the PNB situation. It's scary, people. You thought Purge was just a movie. You thought that The Purge was just a movie, and you thought that the crazy, weird conspiracy, oh yeah, look, they about to do The Purge. No, they showing you in the movie because they're going to do it in real life. I ain't gonna lie. I was one of the people that was like, bruh, calm down. That's not that, nah, calm down. This is just a movie, man. I have to apologize to everybody that I told, calm down, this is just a movie, because this is clearly not just a movie. The Purge looks like it's coming to Illinois January 1st. So after seeing this, if you're still there, January 1st, and then these things happen to you, you get shot, killed, your family, whatever, you had notice. You had notice. So what I would suggest right now is not to think about anything if you're in Chicago, but moving. Period.
As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI. As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. Offenders released on electronic monitoring have to be in violation for 48 hours before law enforcement can act. They could almost drive to Alaska before we can even look for them. It denies victims their constitutional rights. And keep this in mind, businesses and homeowners, officers will no longer be able to remove trespassers from your residence or your businesses. Someone could decide to live in your shed, and all we can do is give them a ticket. You have to decide what level of force is required to remove them and whether or not it's legal. This is a massive threat to the residents of Orland Park,
So that was interesting. That was interesting. So bam, like we're starting the grand finale off with a bang. Yeah, the shirt is amazing, right? The shirt is amazing, right? polyibic.com. Oh, wait, the .com part is missing. Don't worry. Me and Ezra are working on it. It's going to be polyibic.com. We're going to get that together. But we want you guys to make sure you're supporting the clothing line. You in Chicago, though. You see what's happening in LA. And you see what they did Baltimore. You see what happened to Baltimore when they took the kid, they no crime. It went crazy. You see LA, Chicago. So the weirdest thing is I don't see them doing this. We can't arrest any criminals in any white neighborhood so far. They're just doing this where the crime and the murder's already high. And they're basically saying, okay, since you guys are already killing yourselves, we're just going to move out of the way because you clearly don't want to stop killing it. Listen to this. You clearly don't want to stop killing yourselves with what you're eating, watching, listening to, and shooting, the stabbings. It's a death culture, people. Black people in America, their culture is death. So the other folks, along with the Black folks, smart enough to wake up to that fact, like, oh, wow, okay, so you guys are practicing the death culture. Cool. Let me get out of the way because I don't practice the death culture. I practice the life culture. I want to live as long as possible. I want the people I like and love to live as long as possible. So we're going to start a segregation that's voluntary. This is going to be a voluntary segregation, period. Because who's going to LA now? Why would you go to LA? It's over. I'm not going to LA. Why would I go to LA? Why would I go to LA? You can't sit down and eat a meal in LA. So LA doesn't realize that they're committing suicide. You might want to get this to Whack and Big U. Let them know that they're committing suicide in LA because you're thriving off of money coming from other states into your state. What you're doing is cutting off that flow. You're not going to have people to rob and extort soon but each other because no one else is going to come there. It's already like Baltimore is already like a black hole, period. LA, January 1st, Chi-Town. It's ugly. So we on the other side, we're going to keep healing people. We're going to keep healing. And we obviously need to buckle down. I need you guys to send more money. I need you guys to share the videos more. I need you guys to hit the likes more. I need you guys to hit me in the email, melaninverseddiabetes@gmail.com. I need you guys to launch the documentary on your YouTube page, on your Facebook page. I need you to get active, okay? That's what's going on right now. You don't have a choice to be a sucker. You with the death culture, you with the life culture. You need to be active, though. In the middle, lukewarm. And trust me, just watching these videos does not make you a part of the life culture. It makes you lukewarm. You're going to be the first to get eaten because you don't belong. So make a choice. I know a lot of you are confused because you still want to retain your hood shit. I get it. Look at me. So let me be the example for you that you can still be you, whatever that means, and be in the life culture, be looking to live a long time, make a lot of money, have a lot of sex. That's my plan. Live long, get paid, and have a lot of sex. That's the life culture. See, a lot of sex. Sex is reproduction, life. You got to be alive. You see? That I told y'all 15 years ago. Yo, nah, you got to get this money, man. Money. No, man. And money's not the root of all evil. It's ignorance, superstition. Ignorance and superstition, those are the roots of all evil. Because when you're ignorant and superstitious, you don't know what to do with money. You start to think that money is a god. You be out there praying the money looking crazy. No evolution, straight savage caveman. These are just facts, whether you know big words or not. We have to be active on the life culture, period. The deaf culture is rocking. They banging. They online. They got their bandanas, the Dracos is in the songs. It's popping. Okay, cool. I'm not turning in my hip hop card. I'm not going to stop listening to my shit. But I ain't going to stop banging for the life culture either. I'm not going to stop trying to save these babies. So when you add in these purges with the ma'afa that's already going on with the abortions, like in New York, they don't even need to do this purge in New York. In New York, they get rid of more Black and Spanish babies than they make. So the abortion clinics, Margaret Sanger got New York locked down. Forget about it. So New York gone, whoop, Baltimore gone, LA is finito. LA is done. If you in LA or you visit in LA, you're a dummy, period. There's no reason to go to LA. That's how you can avoid checking in. Because even if you check in, you can get caught up in somebody else's politics. What if you check in with a nigga who got drama? They will demonstrate on you as a message to him that, nah, keep your ass where you at. We got internet. You can entertain the LA crowd on your laptop at the house. Okay? Entertain the LA, Baltimore, entertain these places on your laptop at the house. And get you a dog and get you a gun. Just saying. Shit's wild. All right. 4:44. Wow, what a moment to start. What a time to start. Let's go. Let's go. Yes, we want everybody signed up. Get your butt into the school. This is what we're talking about. Where else are you going to go get a biochemistry education for free? I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm just trying to figure out where you're going to get a biochemistry education for free. Who's doing that kind of philanthropy in the hood? Who's giving away? Because see, this is bigger than a scholarship. I don't think y'all understand. Yeah, athlete that's getting hundreds of millions of dollars. He gave away 5 scholarships. Y'all swinging off his nuts. This is not a scholarship. This is an entire free school for everybody. This ain't a scholarship for one person who kisses the best butt or the person who sends in the poem, but they really related to my cousin's uncle. Like, they say none of that fake nothing. This free for everybody. You know what you need to get into this school for free? The will to live. That's all you need. That's the payment required. Everybody. You see that? And I had it like this so you could see that this was $240 a year. This was not a free website. So you still got to click on the pay. You still got to click on master instructor. But when you put your information in right here, you see what it's going to say? Price free. Now, I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to keep it like that. I might put in my mind, I might start charging January 1st. And I know it's going to be people that's going to be whining and crying when that time comes and I'm charging. Oh, you're charging me. Because you want me to give you a whole free school and you want it to go on your schedule, your time, your. Listen, I could teach you this information, but I can't understand it for you. That's the most powerful shit on my Instagram page right now. All my posts, that one right there was just mind blowing. That the people actually need to even hear it. So I'm like, okay, let me show you how to sign in. So that way I know that you know how to do it.
You can easily just click on the drop-down menu. From there, hit courses, then my courses, then the real you, and you should be off and running. We cannot wait. We cannot wait to get your feedback. And if you enjoy the course, please feel free to go ahead and send us a Cash App at $Thinking, or if you have a larger amount of money you want to donate, feel free to go ahead and contact us via email melaninversusdiabetes@gmail.com, and we can accept that larger, size donation via the nonprofit organization. Again, we can't wait for your feedback. And then also, if you enjoy the course, there's going to be a much more interactive course coming called American Healing, the Diabetes course, and then following that, the Living Biochemistry course, which is a collegiate level 69-week course. Those are going to be more extensive. And to do those courses, you'll actually have to be a member of Patreon. However, to do the first 3 public courses to build up the foundation, like we took a poll, it took time, we took a couple of years to poll the public and see what it was that the public, the basic things that the public wanted to know, wanted more information on. What did families need, so we put those things together, just very simple but informative, to provide a foundation. We think we did a very good job of providing people a foundation to build from. So hopefully this gave you a good tutorial. If not, probably have to, this is the beta edition tutorial, so I may have to improve on this as well. But peace, thank you for your interest, thank you for your trust, and I wish you love, and I wish you life. All right, peace. So quickly, just find the only thing that probably will be confusing is that you might try to log in on a phone or a tablet. We don't have that tech yet, so it doesn't work on phones and tablets. You gotta be on a desktop or a laptop.
Live in a hater nation. Everybody want to hate. This brother's trying to do something different and be great at it. Why the fuck are we sitting there waiting for him to fail? Live in a hate.
Insane. Melanin Diabetes Research, Inc. MDR is focused on ending the plague of excess blood sugar on our rainbow spectrum of internal pigments in the light of God's promise, brought about by the establishment of a global paradigm of whole foods and biochemical hygiene. Our vision is a thriving, self-aware society in which type 2 diabetes does not exist. To donate $10,000 or more directly to our nonprofit, email melaninverse.diabetes@gmail.com. All smaller amounts can be sent to Cash App at Minister Inky. American Healer YouTube page live. Crypto donations. Feel free to use these QR codes or the serials to send us some Bitcoin or some Ethereum to show your appreciation. If you got a lot of money you want to send us, you want to send it to the direct, to the nonprofit, send that email, or you can hit me on the Cash App. But we definitely accepting Bitcoin, Ethereum at these QR codes on the screen. We would love for you to also contact us at melaninverse.diabetes@gmail.com so we could set up a permanent screening on your YouTube or Facebook page. Even if you only have one other follower, 5 followers, 10 followers, we don't care how many followers you got. Okay. Now, this right here, all of this here, you guys are gonna have to get when the book drops. There's a lot here that's, so we're just gonna speed through. This is the article, right? So all of you have read the article already, right? If you haven't read the article and you want to read the article that started everything, it's on drinky.com, right? And if you can speed read, and you're reading this all right now, then you are amazing. You are amazing, and you should actually probably be healing me. Yeah. But I want you to understand that what we're doing with the American Healer Experience is something that it's never been done before, right? Now, this meal map is very important. The meal map is very important. This is what I prefer to do, as opposed to like writing out meals, exact meals. I prefer to give you this compass, so to speak, and then have you formulate your own meals based on what type of diet. Maybe you eat meat, maybe you don't, maybe you eat fish. Figure it out, put it inside this paradigm, and let's get busy, right? This is just a guideline for you to fill in with your food. Now, of course, I do have food lists, best foods, best practices, all of those things. I'm gonna leave you stranded. Right? I'm not going to leave you stranded on any level, however, I do want the people that have, the people that aren't vegan, or maybe they have a little fish, or maybe they haven't started their transition process yet, right? I want them to be able to tap in and, still have the healing experience. Right. So all throughout this journey, we're talking about there's a lot of aspects of diabetes that you're going to really fully need to have in your back pocket to really knock it out. So remember, this is all going to be on a course as well. So this course will probably be available, I want to say, Thanksgiving with the book. The book is going to be huge. The book is going to be huge. The course is going to be insane. Right? But I'm taking y'all through this. Oh, wait a minute. Now, see, this right here, roles of inflammation factors in melanogenesis. This right here is like at the heart of everything that I'm talking about, right? So y'all know how we get down, always articles, always referenced, always real science, none of that fake, none of the stuff that you see with the other guys, we'll put it that way, right? IL-6. You see this IL-6? We're going to talk about IL-6 quite a bit later. All right. Now, this is basically your alphabet for the people that's going to really lock in and rock with the American Healer experience. I know that we started out the year doing the Big Mouth Boot Camp, and the idea was to take on a new language every 3 months. And we were just about finished with French, and it seems like we got off track, stopped doing the Big Mouth Boot Camp, and it got crazy. And that's 50% true, right? We did get off track, but we didn't lose sight of the prize, meaning we got off track of the spoken languages because I realized that I needed to teach you this secret internal language. And this is something, again, Dr. Inky, you cannot get this nowhere else. That's what I'm saying. Send me the digital currency, the cash, however you want to do it to support so I can continue doing this work. But this is how your cells communicate. And this is how your melanocytes are either going to be in charge of white blood cell activity and inflammation, or your melanocytes and your entire pigment system are going to be crippled by the white blood cells and inflammation. Okay, there is, again, no middle ground. So you do not have the luxury of seeing this information, getting high, going to sleep on your couch, and then you just going back on like this. That's not if you ignore this, this still happens. Regardless, this is what it is. So I need you to understand this, right? Now, briefly or quickly, skim down here and go to, you see where it says melanocytes, right? You probably didn't know that melanocytes also release inflammatory factors. See, because this is a language. Again, this is how cells are talking to each other. So when a cell releases IL-1, 2, 10, 20, 100, that is a sentence. That's a word. That's a conversation that's initiated. And that conversation is either, get down with us, or we getting ready to kill you. They usually are really, really short and to the point. That's kind of how it goes in the cellular environment. Like, it's either we love you or we're gonna kill you. It's not smiling. It's not that. Now, you get into the bacterial, the microbiome, and then the microvirome, which are the viruses. When you get in that space, you can get into your Smokey Robinson shit, but pretty much the cells are solid. They straight up. Okay, now, just so you can understand, and we kind of went through this, but we got to do it again, right? In the middle, it says effect on melanogenesis, right? Very important. IL-1, IL-6. IL-1 and IL-6 control most of the damage and destruction to your pigment system. And then from there, your tissues, organs, glands, etc., because all of your glands and organs, all of them are dependent on your pigment. All of them are dependent on your pigment, period. Period. It ain't no other thing. They all dependent on your pigment. I didn't say your melanin, I said your pigment. You got a variety. I'm gonna keep stressing this. You got a variety of pigment cells. Okay? And your melanocytes, just know, are specialized neurons. Even though they have a different name called melanocytes, melanocytes are neurons. There are a lot of different types of specialized neurons in your body. So you could look at neurons as specialized melanocytes, or you could look at melanocytes as specialized neurons. It's the same thing. The same way there was a time period where they said, these are brain cells and these are nerve cells. Fast forward to 20 years, it's like, oh, no, brain cells are nerve cells. They're both neurons. The only difference is where they're located. And the ones in your brain tend to be a lot smaller than the ones in your body. That's it. They're going to recognize melanocytes. Listen, y'all know if y'all with me, y'all ahead of the learning curve. So this is the definition. This is your vocabulary key right here to understand this language. So if your cells are constantly producing IL-1, IL-6, that tells your body to attack and shut down your pigment systems. We're just going to make it super plain. If your body's constantly producing IL-10, IL-33, IL-18, things like that, that's going to constantly tell your body to feed, to regenerate your pigment systems. What are your pigment systems? Your brain cells, your eye cells, your pancreas, your testicles, your uterus, your womb, your follicles, ladies, right? All of your bone marrow, all this stuff is pigmented cells and tissue. Your liver, like all these things is pigmented to some extent or not. Even in white folks, do not get this fucked up. Don't think that this is like everybody. It don't matter what your skin look like. Unless you're an albino, then you might have some internal issues. But if you're a white person, blonde hair, blue eyes, or even like you, maybe Ireland, blonde, gray eyes with red hair, that's like, it does not matter. That's why there's such a thing as called pheomelanin, because melanin cannot be like, it can't be taken, like it can't be, to have no melanin is a sickness. That's what albino. So even pheomelanin, which is a less absorbent, a less active form of eumelanin. That's all. It's just a less active. It still is what it is, though, right? So we have to get this, right? So you'll have this info. You know what I'm saying? It's here, right? It's here. Melanocytes regulate white blood cells. Wait a minute. Inky, are you just giving away the herbs and what? Well, this is just one of the herbs that I use in the chemiluminescence. So if you buy my detox, you already are getting this herb in. But now I'm just giving you guys scientific documentation so that I could get my flowers and my apologies from everybody who was telling other people that these things is not real things, that I'm making it up, that plants can't do this or herbs don't do that. I just slap them. I let them go on the record saying, yeah, like little doggies. You know, the little doggies bark. The big dogs, they don't bark, they move. So I let the little dog, then when I put this out and go, yeah, NRF2 system, this is how we, oh, so the NRF2 system protects the pigment systems in the body. Wait a minute. Who is the only person on earth that ever said they know how to protect your NRF2 system? I'll wait. No one, just Dr. Inky. That's it. See, that's why they got to tell you. That's why they got to make up shit and tell you other, you know, because we don't play on this side of town. We joke, but we don't play. White blood cells need glutathione, vitamin D, and iodide to function in a germicidal fashion. Hold on. I need y'all to understand this. White blood cells don't even always, first of all, white blood cells don't protect your body. They don't guard your body. That's not how it goes. White blood cells is general. That's a large category of cells, of subcategories of cells. And if the conversation amongst the cells is not right, the white blood cells don't do nothing. Just like this. Hold on. I need y'all to get this. What page is this? 652. Okay. This is how your white blood cells behave if the conversation is not correct.
As of January 1st, 2023, the following things will go into effect, and people need to be aware of this. It abolishes cash bail for almost every offense. This includes, but isn't limited to, kidnapping, armed robbery, second-degree murder, drug-induced homicide, aggravated DUI, threatening a public official, and aggravated fleeing and eluding. Offenders released on electronic monitoring have to be in violation for 48 hours before law enforcement can act. They could almost drive to Alaska before we can even look for them. It denies victims their constitutional rights. And keep this in mind, businesses and homeowners, officers will no longer be able to remove trespassers from your residence or your businesses. Someone could decide to live in your shed, and all we can do is give them a ticket. You have to decide what level of force is required to remove them and whether or not it's legal. This is a massive threat to the residents of Orland Park.
That's what your white blood cells are pretty much going to communicate. Yeah. And be like, I'm not going to be able to do it. Can you do it? I'm not going to be able to do it. Can you do it? I'm not going to be able to do it. So your white blood cells are communicating to the rest of your body like, listen, coming up January 1st, coming up tomorrow 1st, the rest of your life 1st. We will no longer be able to protect your body from bacteria and viruses. We will no longer be able to hunt down viruses in you. Our man said they can live in your backyard and we can't move them. We could just give them a ticket. You got to decide what to do with them. You got to decide what to do with them. So this is where you are. White blood cells even need the proper nutrients to be turned into the sanitary system / like your T cells, to get everybody biting, Now, the Langerhans cells, which used to be defined as a specialized type of melanocyte, has been recategorized as a specialized type of white blood cell. But that is the connection that's one of the connections between the melanocytes and the white blood cells. Remember, the environment is dictating what should go on in the body. So the cells that mediate that process, that are in the middle, those are the cells that got to come with the information. So the melanocytes, the melanopsin, et cetera, in the skin communicate through the Langerhans cell, which then instructs the white blood cells. White blood cells hold 1,200 times more iodine than red blood cells. I'm going to say that again. White blood cells hold 1,200 times, not 1,200 more units. No, 1,200 times more iodine than red blood cells. The iodine activates the bactericidal action. So guess what? All you goofballs that's not buying my Blue Magic, and you're either not consuming the sea vegetables at all, or you consuming, the Peru, what's that, the Tanzanian, the St. Lucia, the this one, the that one. One of the major differences between the sea moss and Irish moss is Irish moss is known for the iodine, not sea moss, not the Caribbean. They don't source iodine from seaweeds in the Caribbean. Is the reason why, because it's not that reliable and the plants are not that rich. The richest seaweeds of iodine is Irish mosses, bladderwracks, kelps, chondruses, that family. So I'm just letting you know, these are super facts. Do your thing. Afterwards, everybody need to apologize to the legend. Just say Inky is the GOAT, and that's it. Just tap out. Okay. White blood cells need vitamin D for defensins. Defensins rip holes in viruses. Okay. Cathelicidins snatch part of the viral genome to share with white blood cells while directing them to battle. Okay, so let me give you this a better way, or a more in-depth way, maybe better. You have some white blood cells whose job is to actually, once they get informed, once they get a description, their job is to pull out the sword and go find homeboy and get busy, right? They do that with defensins. That's like the lance or the sword. They need that. If you don't have the vitamin D levels, you'll have white blood cells moving around, but they don't have nothing to fight with. They're just hanging out. Cathelicidins are different. Cathelicidins, a different group of white blood cells, use those so that when they find a virus, they can like catch him on videotape, so to speak. They like the detectives. They just coming to get information. So they use the cathelicidins to actually run up on the virus and snatch a piece of it and then run away. And when they take that piece, they share that with the rest of all of the white blood cells. And now they like, oh, we know exactly how to attack them because we can read the gene code. Your white, some of your white blood cells actually read DNA. Like this is, you have no idea what's going on. This is why, as a part of the free biochemistry course, we teach you and your children all of this information, but in a totally different, more palatable way. Right here, straight science. There, I make it so that you can do it with your children because I do it with mines. Macrophages share the viral protein with a T cell that consumed IL-4, back to the cellular language, making him a helper T cell. The T cell begins to pulse out IL-4 and IL-5 messages. When a B cell absorbs IL-4 or IL-5, it becomes a plasma cell and starts to create antibodies. Antibodies attached to the germ and activate the complement system as well as alerting more white blood cells. White blood cells cannot function in germicidal immune capacity without melanocyte information and melanocyte production of vitamin D. Here's a twist. If the T helper cell absorbs IL-12 instead of IL-4, those T helper cells release gamma interferon and make insane white blood cells. These white blood cells release IL-1, IL-6, TNF, IL-8, and chemokines, the cause of death in many respiratory illnesses and organ failure in general. I really feel like right now, if it wasn't for Janelle's piece, the video, the whole collection complete. I done gave you what colleges can't. I done gave you what medical school can't. They're not going to give you this. I promise you, God damn it. You got to hit the Cash App. It's incumbent upon you. The universe is going to, let me tell y'all something. I'm giving y'all this information, but this under universal law. At the bare minimum, you got to join the Patreon. If you don't, bare minimum, join the Patreon or hit the Cash App or hit the Bitcoin or the Ethereum. After absorbing this, just understand that you are stealing from me and my children. And the universe is going to subtract that from you in another way. This is how universal law works. I have to do this service for you as per the universe. And this is how the universe protects those that listen to it. And then also me, because it's my God-given talent. God gives you a talent to service the world, but to also provide for yourself and your family. So we just got to make these things plain, right? This is what the philosopher's tone is all about. Because a lot of times, and I learned this when I was deep into my Hebrew studies, because there's a space, if you're studying biblical Hebrew, where you even can begin to challenge where the spaces are added. Because in the original Hebrew, you just have lines of letters. So it's kind of like where you stop these things and start these things and create new words. And it's a whole nother universe. But what I'm saying is, it just made me look at stuff different. So I started looking at philosopher's stone, and I'm like, what if it wasn't a philosopher's stone? What if it was the philosopher's tone? That changes everything. I didn't change the spelling of the words. I just moved one letter over, and it totally changed everything. And then not only did it change everything, but on every scale of life, the philosopher's tone actually makes sense, where the philosopher's stone is just a red herring for you to look and never find what you're looking for. Our universe is designed by and through sound. Music is God. Not sound, music. There's a difference between sound and music. And when we're talking about that creative intelligence that bring us all here into existence, that is the most harmonious form of light in existence. And harmonious light is music, even if it's outside of the hearing range of your ears, because remember, our eyes operate in a very small band of electromagnetic spectrum, and our ears are the same. I'm just giving you the science. Now, of course, like I said, the classes, the school, everything is there, okay? Get your butt enrolled in the biochemistry now. Get your butt in there now. You need to understand this.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard.
See, I know y'all in your mind like, wait a minute. You cannot jump from there to the chicken is a hybrid. Absolutely, I can. Because I just showed you. Look, I'll bring it back for you. I just showed you. I'll go back further than this. Here we go. I just showed you here. And then to make it plain, after showing you that, then you have the philosopher's tone pages or slides that give you the deeper insight, right? But I gave you the twist. Look. When a B cell absorbs IL-4/5, it becomes a plasma cell and makes antibodies. When the pandemic hit, everybody was out looking for how to make and optimize antibodies. All of the people that was with us are still here. We didn't lose one nigga, not one. We didn't lose one. We did not lose one. And I would say, well, I ain't even going to say the percentage, but I will say amongst my followers, lots of them got vaccinated, and even more of them did not get vaccinated. And we have not lost one. You understand? We have not lost one. We haven't lost anybody to vaccine side effects. We haven't lost anybody to pandemic side effects, because we just studying the body, seeing how things work, and going from there, doing the best that we can to make adjustments in accordance with our lifestyle. So some people had to go and get shot for their lifestyle to maintain. Okay, great. Here's the potential side effects. Let's get busy on making sure we cut them potential side effects off before they can even actualize. Because if the T cell gets IL-12. Like if somebody whispers the wrong thing in his ear, it's on and popping. You see that in your neighborhood all the time. Look online. People whispering right now to you, Inky's scamming. Inky is frauding over there. How can I be with every scientific journal and encyclopedia on this planet to verify the things I'm telling you? How could I be the one? Because a lot of these people that's telling you that is sick. They're sick. I have a woman that slanders me all over the internet. She's probably maybe 200 pounds overweight. Overweight, not 200 pounds. She's 200 pounds overweight. And she has multiple brain issues to go along with the diabetes. So don't think that these people that's leading you away from health is leading you towards health. No, they're leading you away from this information. So, because misery loves company. They want you to be sick with them. Otherwise, you're a smart individual. You're a smart person. All you got to do is double check this shit here. That's why I put it up. That's why I talk my shit the way I do. Because you can say whatever you want about, oh, Inky be saying cuss words. Oh, Inky hair color. Oh, Inky girlfriend. Oh, this, that. He got a white girl. He got a porno star. He got this, we got that. So what? Along with the blonde hair and the girlfriends and the woo-woo-whoop and all the other things I have the correct information to help heal you. So just make sure that when you out there, oh, Inky did this, Inky got that. Make sure you add also to that list of shit Inky got is the most advanced information on electromagnetic tissue. Okay, electromagnetic tissue is tissue that is composed primarily or in parts by pigments. And trust me, a lot of these platforms, the leaders of them are on all kinds of medication. So I don't understand how all these platforms is not running American Healer documentaries. I really don't understand it. Because if you're not running the documentary and you just talking about some other shit while you're dying and your audience is dying, I just can't see the uplift. I don't understand. I'm going on.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird.
And yes, I'm always getting smut off of Dr. Sebi's jacket. Yes, I'm always getting smut off Dr. Sebi's jacket. Okay. And a lot of people's going to watch this video on my Instagram and here and wherever else they see this video, and they're going to criticize the guy with the microphone. I already got it. I had to delete a few comments on my Instagram already. My Instagram page got so crazy. It just got hot. I got to go back in there and figure. It's messy on my IG right now because of this video. And I know this man. I've been on a road with this man. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys about this culture, this life culture. We all know each other. The same way in the 80s, all the dope boys knew who each other was because they was all getting money in them spaces and circles. It's the same way with this. It's just a lot of the people in the life culture, they was raised a certain way to avoid certain types of conflict, where I was raised a totally different way to initiate conflict. So I'm going to take that initiating conflict gift, which could be a curse, into a space where it is a gift. See, I'm not going to bang on the white man or the black man. I'm going to bang on these germs. I'm going to bang on these diseases. I'm going to bang on these illnesses. And if you support the disease, the illnesses, or you're trying to block me from healing people, then you might be in the line of fire. Other than that, I'm minding my business. But this is Dr. B. So if you don't, if you want to see more of Dr. B, try to find the documentary that he and I did or were in called Urban Kryptonite. Okay, Urban Kryptonite. It was me, Dr. B, Jehudi Ma'at, and a couple other family. Abundance Child was in there. It was a family. It was a good who's who in the life culture. You know what I'm saying? So see if you can find a copy of Urban Kryptonite. You know what I'm saying? That might give you some insight into who Dr. B is.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed.
Yo, you know what's funny though? We should have knew something was up with the chicken. We should have knew something was up with the chicken, first of all, because the chicken, you don't have birds that's white like that. You just don't have that because your feathers or your fur have to make up for the skin. You have to have a covering to protect you from the sun.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard or a vulture. I was shocked. See, the buzzard eats everything and anything, and it had the most incredible tasting meat on the earth. Because it ate everything. It had every flavor built into its flesh. Because you are what you eat, so the buzzard was what it ate, everything. The African jungle fowl only ate grain, and it also ate food that was left over in the villages in Africa, but it wasn't afraid of humans. So it wasn't domesticated, but it wasn't afraid. But its meat tasted terrible. So they figured that it was very hard to catch the vulture and eat him. This is way back in the day.
Because the African fowl eats grains. Remember, if you've been following, if you watch this entire, or at least most of it, you should have caught the part where I was talking about alkaloids being the main components inside the herbs that affect the healing, not minerals. And people that yell out that mineral stuff all day or that show those mineral charts, that's super juvenile. Like when they go, oh, look at this mineral chart. And they say, like the brain is all copper, or they'll say the heart is this, or like that's not accurate. It's a great place to start, but it's not accurate. There's tons of minerals in my brain, not just copper, right? So if I only address copper in my brain, I'm malnutrition. Like this is just facts, people. Okay, so I think that the chicken doesn't have any color in its feathers like that because the mixture of the two birds, like their genes weren't necessarily fully compatible. So they came out in this albino kind of state. You know what I'm saying? That's my guess on it anyway. Because I can't see how two colored birds make a whole line of birds that don't have color. That's super weird.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard or a vulture. I was shocked.
Oh, wait a minute. The head and the neck of the vulture is white. There you go.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard or a vulture. I was shocked. See, the buzzard eats everything and anything, and it had the most incredible tasting meat on the earth.
Yeah, see, that African bird eat the grains, So that bird tastes bitter, just like anything else that has a whole bunch of alkaloids in it. Remember, that's what I was telling you. The alkaloids do the healing, but the alkaloids turn the plant bitter. So any plant that's bitter is usually bitter because it's loaded with alkaloids. Now, not all alkaloids heal, some of them kill. Some of the alkaloids don't heal or kill, they make you addicted, right? So you gotta know what you're doing with the plant still, but these birds obviously have a high diet of alkaloids, so they tasted nasty, they tasted like medicine. Insane.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between.
Hold up, man. How y'all niggas trying to protect chicken, man? Listen, y'all bugging. See, this is why I'm saying I got a problem with y'all. Yeah, hold up, Ingy, you playing it to me. Ingy, why you keep playing it? You know how many niggas chicken done killed? Chicken has killed more black folks than the KKK. Chicken has killed more black folks than Bloods, than Crips. Chicken killed more black folks than Vietnam. Chicken has killed more black folks than AIDS, diabetes. Woo! Y'all playing, man. Y'all playing. Y'all worried about gun violence. I promise you. Gun violence is not even at a fraction. It's not even at a percentage of the death toll of chicken.
I discovered that the chicken was not a natural bird. That it was a crossbreed between an African jungle fowl and a buzzard or a vulture. I was shocked. See, the buzzard eats everything and anything, and it had the most incredible tasting meat on the earth. Because it ate everything. It had every flavor built into its flesh. Because you are what you eat, so the buzzard was what it ate, everything. The African jungle fowl only ate grain, and it also ate food that was left over in the villages in Africa, but it wasn't afraid of humans. So it wasn't domesticated, but it wasn't afraid. But its meat tasted terrible. So they figured that it was very hard to catch the vulture and eat him. This is way back in the day. But if they took a jungle fowl and a vulture and somehow got them to go out on a date, that they would come up with a brand new bird, the chicken.
We're just going to leave it like that and move on. Now we're going to the body shop. We're going to the body shop. And this is where, well, we already actually, unbeknownst to you, we've already been talking about eye health this whole time. You'll see. Okay, that's my little water percolating in the background. I gotta hydrate. But yeah, we at the body shop. We're gonna start this vehicle thing. See, I need y'all to understand this too. We really talking this healing, talking life. I need y'all to understand what that is. Your body is a vehicle. Your mind, your spirit, your consciousness is just driving that vehicle. If you cannot get that 2-in-1 concept down, you're not cut out for this over here. You just need to just take instructions. Like if I just say do some pull-ups and push-ups and eat this and that, and you just do that. You're not qualified to really like think and make decisions for yourself. Honestly, you're not qualified to think and make decisions for yourself because you don't know self. You can't make decisions for self till you know self. And 99% of the people that actually are walking around saying that they have knowledge of self have zero knowledge of self. Most of the gods and earths I speak to, the progenitors of the knowledge of self conversation, have zero knowledge of self. Unfortunately, a lot of them are confused. Father Allah, may he rest in greatness. May he rest in continued greatness. Father Allah did not give you knowledge of self. Remember what I said. I could teach you this information, but I can't understand it for you. Father Allah gave you a master compass, the master tools, so that you could learn self, so that you could learn self. How do I know those tools? The dropout that teaches college professors, the dropout that teaches medical students. They bring me into medical schools to teach. They bring me into colleges to teach. Now, hold on. If you're watching this and you haven't seen all 48 hours of this marathon, that means that you're not a member of the Patreon. That means you're not a member of the Patreon. You're a vulture. You just looking to peck off a free, you're a vulture. What I'm saying is get out of your vulture space and join the Patreon. Support this movement. Become a part of this. Become a part of this, right? I think I put about, because I'm going to put this out also. So I think I put the reviews for the marathon on Crumb TV. So I don't know where you're watching this video at, because this video will be probably, grow legs. But you need to get to the Patreon or get into the school so that you can actually see the rest of the information. Because we did about 20 hours worth of review before we went into the next maybe 25 hours of new information, including what you've seen so far here and what you're going to see coming up. Okay, so I had to make sure, and shout out to Crumb, shout out to Uncle Gary, shout out to the quadruple OG Gary, shout out to Crumb TV, the whole family over there. But I wanted to make sure I gave them the review exclusive so they would have a foundation, because it's kind of unfair to tell people, hey, I have a paid site where you can get some information at. And they not understand, but I'm getting plenty of information right here where I'm already at for free. Or I can just be a bum and send in maybe a $20 cash app like once every 3-4 months. And it looks like I'm doing something over here. And I'm great with the information I'm receiving. Great. I've been a part of the YouTube community for 20 years, a long time, since it started. So I understand that dynamic, especially amongst our people who don't have a high value of life. So people that don't have a high value of life, they're accustomed to the things that they don't value being handed to them. And then once it's handed to them, they throw it on the ground and step on it. It has no value. Even if it's a life-saving thing or a business opportunity or something that they actually need, because their brain hasn't been properly educated, they can't see. They're blind. See, this is what I've been trying to get across to you guys all this time. Our eyes don't see. Our mind does. Our eyes only are absorbing electromagnetic waves. That's what our eyes do. Our ears only absorb mechanical waves. It doesn't absorb words and sounds and the beat and the music and all that. Nah, it's just straight waves, intangible, invisible waves that your ear picks up. And then your mind converts that into articulate, meaningful sounds via music, lecture, words, whatever it is. Your eyes just taking in electromagnetic waves and then turning those into the pictures in the three-dimensional world around you. But you're very confused if you think that right now, like little tiny miniature microscopic versions of these buildings are somehow leaving your computer screen or your cell phone screen and then attacking the front of your eyeball so that somehow they can, little tiny buildings can travel down your optic nerve into your brain and then you see the buildings because they went like, no, nigga, that's not how it goes. It's just electromagnetic waves that your eyes absorb because of the pigments in them. And then they go through the optic nerve to the brain to be converted into all these things around you.
We're about to get into this hormesis training. We're about to get into these isometrics, these weights, these calisthenics. This that American healer, this that PK Fit.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing me now. If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he.
It's my man Lambo D and my man Mercedes Mob. See, I've named their vehicles for them affectionately. Right? So D got that slim frame. He got that slim articulate frame. So okay, you got that Lambo. Marv has the body built to walk through a wall. And if you've never owned a Mercedes-Benz, you probably are confused and thinking that, oh, Mercedes is just a really expensive car. No, Mercedes is the only cheap luxury car that is put together really, really well. Really, really well. I'm telling you, you can still get a 1970, 1980. You can get a presidential Benz from the 70s, 80s, like them joints still run quiet, smooth. The suspension on them joints are amazing. So anyway, Marv got the Mercedes frame. My man DA, he got that Lambo. Let's look at the work real quick.
You already know what it is. We're about to get into this hormesis training. We're about to get into these isometrics, these weights, these calisthenics.
Yo, look at my man D though. He always like super fluid with his movements. He don't even know. Look how my man just telling y'all, man, genius lives matter, bro.
About to get into this hormesis training. We're about to get into these isometrics, these weights, these calisthenics. This that American healer, this that PK Fit.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing me now. If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he go. He stunting rentals. I might get knocked by the repo. Plus he snitching. That's new cars and probation. I'ma have to rob Sonetta old for them YouTube donations. Once I start robbing, you gonna see the big Mount Rich. He gonna try to hide behind Cambada and Professor Griff. For real. Add more to the pot. It's how you spoil thieves. I'm taking Cam CD money and Soleil royalties. Rich gonna try to call the pills over his pistol. But that's only gonna get the rob fall like crystal. Rich gonna call Supernova next, but I can handle the ball. I wait for him to go OT and sneak rob his store. I ain't tussling with that. You got a couple screws loose. King Simon is a puppy. He the conscious blues clues. Nah, he a big dog in the elder, so I'm sorry, bro. But you and Lloyd laying down for that numerology, though. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son, get different when the rabbit got you done. This ain't serious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son, get different when the rabbit got you done. Mama Bill gon' call me on the phone like, Inky, what's up? Rush her off the phone and send her. I'm on 19 and think I'm funny. I'm time and Muslim for that bean pie money. We kidnapping Wesley for ransom like a movie. He got Farrakhan, they keep him. We got Nuri Muhammad, Billy Carson, brand new. Building this bag, but I'm a pistol whip that. He be stealing my swag. If you're waiting for me to rob Unc and Chief, you don't know tricks. It's way too much heat trying to rob the police. Now when I catch Jabari slipping, you gon' think I'm tripping. I'm giving my Israelites the description. Get everything Egyptian. Robbing Curtis Court easy. He's still on Cosby Pudding. I'm robbing Black Dot for IP and antique video footage. We kicking in Garfield door looking for finance profit, but we ain't find nothing but 2 butter programs in his closet. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son. Get different when the rabbit got the gun. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son. Get different when the rabbit got the gun. I'm thinking Professor Smalls get it too. His pockets large enough, but that's wow. He wound up robbing us. To get back on my feet, I caught Jack Hassan Luxury V. I robbed Jack Frost and Queens Flip with they interviewee. Jack Frost said, yo, we family. How you get me? You know I ain't want Flip to think you was with me. We got pulled over, somebody snitching. From my perspective, I did a double take. Oh, Bro Sanchez, the detective. We had to bail out. I couldn't believe. So we caught Shaka for 10K and extension to me hit it. I think okay, 250 with smack looks and I robbed the big Artie family half the loot. Reggie was crying when he saw the iron like, hey yo, chill. I caught 20 pounds of DMT from Gano Grills. I tried to rob Cyrus Soup and said he pointing the gun barrel, but he ain't have nothing in his crib but pictures of young Pharaoh. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son. Get different when the rabbit got the gun. This ain't serious. Being conscious can make you delirious. So we live and have fun, but I'm just saying, son. Get different when the rabbit got the gun. Too late to change, I can't do a thing but floss. Uncle Irvin used to cut niggas' fingers off. He used to bring us fingers and ears in the eyeglass case, talking about mad bass and full scale from my last eight. My father Butch was a kingpin, named Brands, I had him. Raised as a god, 120 electrons in the atom. Snatching leaf patches, smacking alternative niggas, whatever's politically correct. I'm a learning nigga, my day ones was all trained to point lead like a sharpener. My father was a mason, his father was a carpenter. My iridology reveals a dichotomy. Gangster or prophet, my psyche is psychology on top of beatboxes. A mill off detoxes, vegan, the shoes gated, the coat, 3 foxes. It's all contradictory, you can't do shit to me. I died already, every breath is a gift to me.
Don't blame me now. You can't blame me, this is the way the world made me. Don't blame me now. You can't blame me, this is the way the world made me. It must be so, cause baby, you never ever got to know me, to help me out with my problems. In this world's asylum, society's so conniving. In these streets where I'm from, you gotta pay me. It's the way the world made me.
The muscle game gone, it's brains overgrown, fake jury everywhere, street credit overdrawn. Is Alexander Bradley and Tekashi just rats or agents of change? In the street culture for blacks, is that road working? You need soul searching, the whole burden got them looking for a new face like an old person. I'm the same nigga today that I always been. The nigga with the biggest dick in the room, I'm always him. Stereotypes is nonsense, nigga. Fuck you mean? I don't look exactly like a conscious nigga. When I tell you I get money off the books, I'm an author. I get money off the books. Face it, lame. Train your brain to make it rain like Drake and Wayne. Record magic like David Blaine. I always bet on me and make that money dance. I'm still selling herbs, nigga. I just switched to other plants.
So serious. Don't blame me. Don't blame me now. You can't blame me. This is the way the world made me. Don't blame me. Don't blame me now. You can't blame me. It's the way the world made me. It must be so, cause baby, you never ever got to know me to help me out with my problems. In this world's asylum, society's so alive in these streets where I'm from. You gotta pay me. It's the way the world made me. Yeah, yeah, don't blame me. Don't blame me now. You can't blame me. It's the way the world made me. Don't blame me. Don't blame me now. You can't blame me. It's the way the world made me. It must be so, cause baby, you never ever got to know me to help me out with my problems. In this world's asylum, society's so alive in these streets where I'm from. You gotta pay me. It's the way the world made me.
Let's go, Lock. Me and King don't talk, he mad over his bids, but me and King so cracking guns when we was kids. The piece with the magnetic to set it. My family used to run hard. It's epigenetic. I had 3 crack spots by 12, like let me work. Plus I like girls in chesty shirts like Hefty Smurf. So listen, when my friends was getting shot, going to prison, at 13 I was a father, my position got different, you see. I taught these little niggas how to G. I learned it wasn't the white man killing niggas, it was me. My image, my likeness, my shine, the brightest. Leading my soldiers to their death like Leonidas on the block. Fiending for fiends, the cop, you the joker. More than fiends, fiend for the rock, worse than the smoker. I had a Lexus, adopted Anna, then had Tony. Then God arranged for us to meet Icto, asked Noli. He said, listen, I know you was bred to love crime, but you come from an O negative bloodline. I understand your stance, so I'ma give you one more chance. But you gotta change your life and heal the world with plans.
They say nothing stays the same as it's getting kind of strange. It's got you feeling crazy. The situation's life changing. Say nothing stays the same as it's seeming kind of strange. It's got you feeling crazy. The situation's life changing.
Some fam is talking suicide, others operations and more medicine to survive. If I could loot the sky for dreams, the truth would hide your schemes to crucify my kings and euphanize my queens. We struggle daily against ops, we don't even see them saying health is wealth. I reminiscing at a mausoleum ain't even a move, God. We do this too off, spinning in place like this was foosball. We ain't moving forward, wait, nah. Some of us is doing that, some of us align our spiritual up with the truest black. Some will stay 100 through the dark and have your truest back. Even in a skirmish with your brother, some will move attack. Respect, fam. After that, you should respect man. The price of life has gotten deeper than some canned spam. The net of who is an expression of the science as above, so below. Change your life when you apply that.
They say nothing stays the same as it's getting kind of strange. It's got you feeling crazy.
Okay, so get this. I need y'all to get this understanding. You are the driver. Okay, so whether you want to see yourself as May or Bubba, you're the driver. Okay, your body is either a really, really, really complex spacesuit, or you could view it as a high quality race car. High quality race car. All right. I like vehicles. I like the vehicle analogy. It works. But the spacesuit analogy works as well. All right. So you remember we discussed this. What you eat is what your body uses for fuel. Simple as that. Okay, if you haven't seen this, you don't remember this, you're not staying in the studio long enough, you need to go back to the review videos, but I wanted to give you this again so you would understand this piece. I can't state this enough. most people eat or have something to eat every 2 hours. This is a statistic. We cannot go for 2 to 3 hours without eating. Like, people cannot fast for 3 hours, 4 hours. Like, it's crazy. And that's not considered really fast. That's how you're supposed to live. And that's what this is here just to show you carbohydrates. Proteins have different markers, fats have different markers, but carbohydrates specifically is the misunderstanding at the center of diabetes. At the center of diabetes. You gotta know, you need at least 5 to 6 hours between meals. Period. Just period. You need 5 to 6 hours between meals. One of the contributory reasons to bodybuilders not living long is that in order to put on the massive size, they are constantly eating. So even though they're going to look amazing on the outside, on the inside, they are wearing down their sirtuins and their telomeres at an insane rate. At an insane rate. So, you know, if you're an athlete, if you're bodybuilding, if you gotta make the concessions to do it. I'm not saying stop doing what you're doing. I'm never saying stop doing what you're doing. I'm just saying learn so that you could protect yourself from whatever the downsides is of what it is that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Just add that little piece in there. Now, let's break this vehicle down. All the parts are made from the same material in this vehicle. It's not like your Toyota, your Lambo, or your Honda, or you know. I woke up with a Bugatti. It's not like those cars. Those cars have lots of parts from lots of different places. Your body, on the other hand, the entire body, your body is made out of the exact same material, every part of it, amino acids, period. And what are amino acids made from? Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, period. That is what your body is made out of. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen. So again, when you look at what you're made out of, 3/4 of what you are made out of, you cannot see or touch. You cannot see or touch oxygen. You can't see or touch nitrogen. You can't see or touch hydrogen. But the magic of carbon is that carbon can make things that are not seen. Carbon can make things that are not tangible. Carbon is the magic. The car parts even self-assemble for you. No tools or mechanic is required ever. The vehicles leave the assembly line 99.99% flawless. Now, that almost sounds perfect, but it's not. Because you got this evil genius here named Suge White. Suge had his mind set on destroying these vehicles. Only they seemed indestructible. These vehicles could only be destroyed in mass by the drivers of the vehicles. So he did the smartest, wickedest thing that he could think of, which is take over the worldwide driver's education course. Now, when he starts teaching the drivers backwards, upside down, and sideways information, the drivers will crash. They're going to damage the car. Yeah, they're going to be all over the place. They're going to put the wrong fuel in it. They're going to do repairs on parts that don't need repairs. They're going to do, they're going to change fluids when the fluids are good. They're going to leave the bad fluids in. You know, instead of getting rid of exhaust, they'll be inhaling it. They're going to want to go straight and put the car in reverse. And then when the car goes backwards and crashes, they're going to say, oh my God, something wrong with this car. No, you put it in reverse and you press the gas. The car did exactly what it was supposed to do. You just didn't know how to tell the car to do what you wanted to do because you never studied the car. So you don't actually know how to operate the vehicle you're in. That's the biggest problem. The car is built by the driver, tailor-made to his specs. Your specs surround that thing that God put in your chest. And I'm not talking about your heart or your lungs. I'm talking about that thing that makes you go, right? The thing that inspires you, the thing that pushes you forward. Whatever that is, because trust me, you was not put on this planet to have a 9-to-5. You was not put on this planet to be somebody else's slave. You was not put on this planet to make somebody else wealthy. You were put on this planet to accomplish that thing. Whether it's making people smile, whether it's making people think, you were put on this planet to impact the rest of the people on this planet in a very specific way. Now, if shit's not going your way, that's because God is trying to communicate with you that you need to change your ways. You need to change your ways. You need to do something different. Maybe you should stop fighting the guy you're fighting and try Suge White, right? Suge White was very clever. He realized that this vehicle was almost like had superpowers. The vehicle was like a transformer. It literally becomes what the driver needs for the terrain. It's like a brown hornet. Have y'all seen the brown hornet? You seen the brown hornet, Fat Albert, or you see the James Bond cars. That's kind of how this vehicle is. So Suge was slick. He was so successful that, I mean, he literally got people thinking down is up, back is forward, up, left is right, right is left. Now the drivers, check this out. The drivers of the vehicles no longer know that they are separate from the vehicle. They think they are the vehicle. It's just like when you meet somebody, right? And you meet somebody, you go, hey, how you doing? Woo, woo, woo. You know, my name is Inky. And you stop right there, right? And then the person introduces themselves to you and they go, oh, okay, how you doing? My name is James. I'm a director in Verizon. I always was annoying to people because I would respond, no, you are not a director at Verizon. You say, oh, yes, I am. What are you talking about? I've been working there for 5 years, 10 years, a million years, whatever. I'm like, you are not your job. It doesn't matter where you work. You're not your job. You're a human that works as a director at Verizon. That is a completely different paradigm shift. You got to understand this thing. Once you think you're the vehicle, and then you get into Knight Rider mode, and now the vehicle is talking back, and the vehicle is in control, and you just being taken on this ride. You're just being taken on a ride, and you can't control it. You can't put the brakes on. You can't slow the car down. You can't speed the car up. You can't make a left or a right. The car just doing what it want to do. Because the car got DNA. And, you know, DNA just came from whoever built the car. And they put the DNA in the car. And now that's it. The car is just going to do what the DNA say. And that's you're screwed. You're sick. You're done. You know, if you're black, right? Type 2 diabetes, #1 risk factor is being black. So if you're black, he said, oh yeah, you black. So clearly you're gonna have diabetes and die from complications of diabetes. So cancer, heart disease, Alzheimer's, that's you. You black. Yeah, that's what you're gonna get. And so I'm in my black car right here, and I'm like, I'm going to challenge that. I don't think that's how that works. So we have our guy, our hero of the story here. P-I-G, P-O-P-P-A. It's my man P-I-G. People's Indigenous Genes, Von Heru, is the collective spirits of those who Suge White has murdered. PIG is here simply to remind the people that they are drivers in the universe. They are drivers in this world. They are drivers, and not only are they drivers, but they drive in the universe's best custom luxury vehicles. If you never get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, don't allow that to make you think that you can't get a star in the cosmos. See, it's all about domestics, not foreign. See, foreign puts you onto a power outside yourself. Domestic is about what's within. The problem is that Suge White has made you desire foreigns instead of domestic. You seeking some outside fly shit because you don't know what you're sitting on. The religious educational system wasn't the play. The play was getting rid of the ignition keys. They are a special group of cells that connect the soul to the vehicle and then the vehicle to the environment. That knowledge of pigment is all I needed to control, then erase. Wow. Suge had us fooled. But it's all good. PIG is on the case. PIG said the special cells communicate information to the DNA from the driver and the environment. If you learn this, you could literally build, repair, or modify your vehicles as you want. You could pimp your rides. You got to learn that cellular language from Dr. Enki. Suge White has led the world to believe amino acids should be the health focus. The focus should be the information circulating to and from the proteins, not the proteins. Here's your driver's manual. Okay? Okay? 1 to 1,000 signals per second. Each neuron. Right there, I should just be able to shut this down. Let's just shut this all down. We done. We out of here. I done gave y'all too much to receive so little. My phone ain't blow off from Cash Apps yet. You know what? We need to shut this down. Right? What? Right? Y'all ain't on this shit. This information is not valuable or life-saving or life-changing, right? Y'all don't need to support this. I don't need to get no Cash Apps at $ Minister Inky. I don't need to get nothing. Because this information, bullshit, I'm scamming, I'm fraud, this shit. Somebody looked at my videos. Somebody looked at my videos where I'm cooking, making a mess, and said, look, he got a messy kitchen. Yo, I used to do cooking videos, and I named my videos Dr. Inky's Messy Kitchen. Because I don't know nobody with a kitchen that's raising 5, 6 kids by themselves, that when they cook and eat, the kitchen don't look insane like a tornado just hit it. So I'm not ashamed of having a messy kitchen. I'd be proud of it. I'd be proud to be able to feed such a family. I'd be proud to feed the people. And yeah, in the process, I make a mess. But if that phone don't start up, there you go. Somebody sent me a Cash App. Somebody sent me a Cash App. Damn it. That was so sweet. That was sweet. Somebody sent me a Cash App. They said, you better stop that video. Get that video back.
All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
I'm from with niggas, pull your card and argue all day about who's the best MCs. Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas. With it.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama? Oh yes, most definitely. Greatest person that I could give my flowers to.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. If you a real hip hop head, if you a real hip hop, that's in your blood. When Jay said that line, that immediately shifted the culture, and every young rapper had that in the back of their mind, like, wow, one day I want to be in that conversation. One day I want to be in the conversation of who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and not like Inky, Jay-Z, and Nas, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to be in that combo. So in a very small universe, I actually wound up in that combo. But in a much larger world, and I'm much more satisfied from being in this combo. Who's the best healer? Sabi, Mama, Pill, and Inky. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. That was the biggest, that was like, yeah. And they was almost battling because Mr. G, up to this point, gave me my biggest compliment ever. When I brought Mr. G to the crib, he was down in my basement where I keep the herbs and all that stuff at. And he said, bro, this smells just like Dr. Sabi's lab, and I've been everywhere, all around. Nobody has been able to duplicate that smell. What is that that smells like that? I'm like, it's just all of the wild herbs together that have that smell. You know what I'm saying? So just for him to tell me that the smell was the same or similar, that was insane right there. My face, I couldn't stop showing teeth. But this, who's the dopest healer? You mean besides Dr. Sabi and my mom's? Inky? KT, you could be angry with me forever after this. I'm gonna love you to death no matter what. Every time I hear this, I just be teeth blushing. Yeah. So if y'all have to watch this video 17,000 times, don't get mad with me. Okay. Get mad with Mr. G and KT.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
I'm from with niggas, pull your card and argue all day about who's the best MCs. Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas. With it.
Other than Dr. Sing?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama? Oh yes, most definitely. Greatest person that I could give my flowers to while they're still alive is Dr. Inky.
I'm from with niggas, pull your card and argue all day about who's the best MCs. Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas. With it.
I mean, I don't know who else I could sharpen my sword with.
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
And talk. So you got to understand, Mr. G.
It's so.
I'm in a lonely place. I'm in a lonely place. I don't have anybody to talk to about this type of information.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
I don't understand you.
That don't understand me. Most people in the community, they might say they buy health, but they don't really understand health like that.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
That's just their bag, and that's how they get product off and things like that. You guys that are extremely egotistical, and you can never sit down and have conversations with them because everything they know is right. So it's like, what are you gonna get from that?
Who's the best MCs? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
You know, so the only person that I know that's been my brother that is a genius, that's intelligent, that knows what he's talking about,
Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas.
and I swear by his information.
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Is Inky,
Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
which I seen having him on Monday.
I was just about to tell you, that's my second guess.
Yeah, man. That's the only guy I could give my flowers to.
Wow.
Guys, if I'm missing you, if I'm missing somebody, I'm sorry. I don't mean to hurt you like that. You know what I'm saying?
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Wow.
Man.
Yeah. He's actually my second guess.
Hey, who was your first?
You, brother, you.
Okay. No, I thought you said second guess in terms of what you asked me. I was like,
No.
I thought I was going to say number one.
No. I meant second guess on the show.
And then he's a father. He has a family. Transparent. Like, this man is doing all this work, running this whole business, and then raising all these children. You know what I'm saying? That's not easy to do. So, you know.
All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
Other than Dr. C?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama? Oh, yes, most definitely. Greatest person that I could give my flowers to while they're still alive is Dr. Inky.
I'm from with niggas, pull your car and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Telling y'all, man, you got to understand. Suge White has led the world to believe amino acids should be the health focus. The focus should be the information circulating to and from the proteins. Listen, your DNA may be one of the most important proteins you have. The problem with the DNA, the thing that contributes most greatly to your demise. Matter of fact, here's a term that I want y'all to look up. Throw this on the screen. Let's add this in. This is homework right here. All right, do yourself a favor and go treat yourself to a nice rabbit hole full of information. Okay, you've never heard of this term before. You go look this up. When you go look that up, you're gonna be like, oh, wow. Genius lives do matter, and geniuses should be protected. I want y'all to pay attention to this. You have 100 billion neurons. Now, matter of fact, you know what? We're not even going to do this yet. Because I need you to, I don't know who saw what. So I got to make sure you've seen what you need to see before you see that. Like, everything is building. That's what we do. We build. That's what I was taught as a kid. Once again, shout out to Father Allah and all of his emissaries. Right? But that's what I was taught as a kid. That God's build, savages destroy. So the people that want to stop this movement, the people that want to tear me down and tear this down, well, they classifying themselves as savages. I'm not classifying them. They classifying themselves. If you building, then you classifying yourself as a God, as an angel, as an uplifter. But I need you to see this video because I need you guys to understand your body works the same way the cosmos does. So I want you to see, or at least get some inkling of the similarities between the algae, your neurons, and how stars, and not just stars, but star nurseries right? Because actually, can I? Let me show y'all something real quick. We'll just fast forward right to where I want to be. Let me show y'all something. You see this? This is a star nursery on the left. You're looking at a nursery on the left, and on the right, you're looking at your actual brain. Well, not your brain, but. This is your medial prefrontal cortex. So like, we don't play over here on this side. I want y'all to get this. On the left, you see that's a star nursery. So it's not just about neurons, you know, oh, there are just as many neurons in the brain as the sky. No, nah, it's not about that. It's about you seeing the pattern of energy movement, how the waves and particles interact in a more pure abstract form, and how that was brung down and incorporated into your composition, into your vehicle. Huh? And I'm even showing you how your ancestors were trying to communicate this information about your vehicle all this time. Like they literally built stone monuments in a desert and then carved this stuff into the rock. Not for themselves, dummies. Them pyramids wasn't built for the people that was there at that time. Those pyramids was built because those people, our ancestors, your mothers and fathers, we got to honor your mothers and fathers. They built those because they knew the time that we're living in now was coming, and you would need that information to save yourself, which is to save them. Do you understand that? You're in charge of saving Osiris now. You're in charge of saving Aset, Isis. You have to save them because their DNA is in you. Once we're gone, they're gone. If we hear, they hear. You got to understand this thing. This is bigger than what you think. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than you. Once you make this about me and you already lost the game. I keep telling y'all, this information don't come from me. This information come through me. You not getting it. You confused. I'm a one of one. You could listen to the detractors, but when you listen to my detractors and they pull you away from me, just know you don't have anywhere to turn to because there's not an alternative me. There's not another one. It's nobody going to explain to you the science of the phonograph. The record player is the same as the CD player, the Blu-ray, and the hard drive is the same way as your body functions. It's the same way as the universe does. They're not going to tell you that your body runs on a binary code. Only that's me. That's my firsthand work and research to discover that the binary code of the Ifa became the I Ching in the Orient. The Chinese, the Asian, the Oriental people had such high reverence and respect and appreciation from what they learned from Africa in the E5. They made a book called the Book of Changes. That's their Bible. The American Bible or King James European Bible is not the Bible of China. The Book of Changes is the Bible in China. And that book is an African book. That is full of African science called the Ifa system, which the Africans used that system, that science that they got to conquer Europe. That's how they conquered Europe. And that's how the Europeans got their hands on it. And when they got their hands on it, the first thing they did was Morse code. Like, ooh, This is crazy right here. How you think? Why do you think it's Morse code? Because this guy named John Morse, a white guy named John, which basically is the same to this day. John is the name they use for nobody. John Doe. This is John Morse. So it just so happens that after being taken over by the Moors, they came up with this code, Morse code. It's literally Morse code. I mean, it's literally called Morse code. They just came up with this after being taken over by the Moors. Now, anybody can simply pull up Morse code and see that it's binary. It's short. It's short beeps, long beeps, and blanks. So maybe you might want to say it's a trinary code founded on the binary system. But there's no precursor to it anywhere in Europe. The only precursors you have is the E King and the E5 systems. And that Morse code was further refined into what the first computer languages became, which is why they still are binary, just like the E King, just like the E5. So I need y'all to understand what's going on right now. Yeah, I think y'all are still somewhat lost. So yes, look at all these slides that we skipped through. You got to get the book. You got to join the class for them. Right. So I'm just trying to get y'all. I'm trying to get y'all on this frequency so you understand this. Okay. I want to get you on this. I want to get you on this frequency so you up to speed. You up to code. I want you to be up to code. You know what I'm saying? That thing back. Let me see how to park it. You know, New Yorkers, we got to think about parking cars. We ridiculous. Sure, be. Like, let me just move the whip around a little bit. Now, 100 billion neurons. These hundreds of billions of neurons have anywhere from trillions to quadrillions of synapses. Those are the connections between the neurons. The more synapses you have, the more you are educated. So you can literally count synapses as a way of education. The people on the lower end of education are going to have synapses just around menial tasks that their body has to do. The more you learn, the more synapses you create. And then you get little neural pyramids and neural networks that are shaped like pyramids. And it function that way. And, you know, so it gets crazy, you know what I'm saying? But I want you to get this math down pat. Math be killing niggas. So listen, you got 100 billion neurons and you have at the lowest point, like we rounded it all the way down to 1 trillion synapses. So in these synapses, from 100 billion neurons, now these 100 billion neurons are releasing 1 to 1,000 signals per second. Think about this, 100 billion cells that are releasing 1 to 1,000 signals per second. Now, those signals, because of our scale, because of how small the neurons are, how far we are away from them scale-wise, when we look at them, they are waves. So this is where your brain waves actually come from. Your brain waves come from the signals. When the signals are in harmony, right, the brain waves are stronger. The more harmony you have in your brain, the stronger the waves are. Right? That's where you get to those epiphany states that you might play with a little gamma. But at a minimum, you have 100 billion fleeting thoughts per second, because these signals are your thoughts. So you got to understand this. Meditation and other systems of meditation, like the chakras, the chakras, maybe, You guys is in the conscious community. Y'all not doing chakra stuff. Y'all doing chakras. If y'all never heard of Upanishads, y'all not doing chakras, y'all doing chakras. But meditation is about stopping the environmental income of signals, or at least ignoring them, so that you could properly sort what you have. This is why it happens at night when you're sleeping. The crowning achievement is being able to control these neurons enough to be able to block the thoughts. Okay, I hear a lot of people talk about meditation and all this and all that. None of them are initiated. I'm initiated, so I know what, like they don't join, they're scared. You can't learn about spiritual, you can't be an outsider learning inside information. No matter what you think that is on YouTube, you're not getting that. Unless you're talking about from my page, because I got the information that insiders have, and I'm looking at folks and I'm like, nothing's popping. This shit is whack. Ain't nobody teaching nothing. Ain't nobody saying nothing that people don't already know, except me. Period. I'm the only one that come to present you with firsthand brand new information. Other than that, people just remixing. And it's shameful that people done, quote unquote, studied Dr. Sebi, and they ain't came up with nothing. Yeah, all these guys talking about they studied Dr. Sebi and they just selling you Sebi formulas. Well, if you studied, you clearly ain't learned nothing, or you would be making up a new formula, because the world already has Sebi's formulas. We need new, right? The world already has the Bible. It already has the Quran. We need something new. So meditation is about stopping the environmental signals so that you could properly sort what you have at many different scales. You are a human, but you are composed of billions of cells. None of these cells have your soul in them solely. I need you to understand that. That's the reason why if you get shot, think about this. If your soul was localized in one cell or tissue, the moment that tissue or cell got damaged, it'd be over. So clearly the you, the driver, the soul, the spirit is not localized in any of your cells. And all of your cells have a life cycle that is much, much shorter than your overall body's life cycle. So every single cell in your body is replaced. Anywhere from 100 days to 15, 20 years is how long it takes for you to replace the cells. That 7-year thing is not accurate. I used to listen, that's not accurate. Okay, that's old information. See, so if you're running around and you're either telling people that your whole body's replaced in 7 years, or you're listening to people that are telling you that the whole body's replaced in 7 years, that's not accurate. Those people had that 7-year number when it was listed also as a concrete fact that neurons and nerves did not replace themselves. So in that world where your nerves and neurons never replace themselves, oh, of course, then 7 years, cool. But nerves and neurons, they take from 15 to 25 years to replace. And there are some that still, it looks like we haven't seen replacement for them. All right, but now we know the brain's supposed to develop 700 new neurons a day. We got some idea of this stuff. So that's old information. That's old information. See, the health thing is not like religion. It's not like history. If you don't do this 24 hours, if you don't do this 25 hours a day, 8 days a week, you're going to be giving people the wrong information. Period. Because the information changes just like that. Bang. Look at that POX thing that came out. That that POX thing that had came out. And everybody was like, oh, that's the new Randenic. And it was like, nah. That thing is evolving into a STD. You know what I'm saying? Like that's bubbling right now. So the crowning achievement, like I said, when it comes to meditation and disciplining the neurons, training your nerves and brain cells, is being able to focus in on one thought. Listen, this is the real secret. The shit that's in that book, The Secret, that's all hogwash. I promise you. I mean, it's not hogwash. Let me take that back. It's not the secret. It's a bunch of practices that will help you get to the space where you will uncover the secret for yourself. The secret is not in the book, but that book does have everything in it for you to discover this on your own. This is why they say in the Bible, don't cast jewels to swine. Most of the people listening are swine right now. I'm casting jewels out. How do you know if you're swine? Well, I'll tell you if you know how to know if you personally, you, not somebody like you, not in general, you listening, how to know if you are swine. When I give you these jewels, have you hit the Cash App? If the answer is no, you're probably swine. And I don't mean like once in your life. Like, yeah, I hit you with a Cash App last year for $12. Stop it, bro. That $12 was for the video you was watching when you send that. That ain't for you watching endless videos every day for free. That's not how that go. Netflix want to hit you every month. And if you want to watch something special, pay-per-view. Floyd wants you to drop that 75 on the pay-per-view. You can't even get into a boxing match and sit up front to watch two people kill themselves for free. Them seats up close in the boxing match. Go see Gavante right now. Ooh, you might be spending 5-10 bands to sit closer. Trying to explain something to you. You have to understand this. Each signal starts in the nucleus of the neurons as a spark, divine spark, which is converted into an electromagnetic wave in the axon, the body of the neuron. And then that wave of electromagnetic information is then at the synapse converted once again into chemicals. Like literally, the neurons are chemiluminescence factories. Okay? So understand this chemiluminescent process is confined to the neurons and nerve cells. Hence, melanocytes are specialized neurons, or neurons are specialized melanocytes, as well as the cells in the eye, which we're going to get to. Right? But this all you have to know first. Collagen. All pigment systems need collagen. So stop listening to these goofballs telling you, oh, I know how to upgrade your melanin. I know how to activate your melanin. I just be wanting to slap people across the mouth when they say activating melanin, bro. You're not activating nobody's melanin. You're not activating nobody's pineal gland. If their pineal gland wasn't active, they'd be a vegetable. If their melanin wasn't active, they'd be an albino. Stop it. And B vitamins, come on, man. You might as well be telling niggas you go activate their chakras over the internet and help. And the chakra activation through the internet will block all diseases. Like, yo, stop it. Yo, I don't know how they attack me. How do they attack me? And I come with my shit all scientifically verified. And they still find a way to attack me. Meanwhile, at the same time as they're attacking me, saying that somehow I'm misleading you, there's somebody on the internet right now telling you that they're going to heal your diabetes through its chakras. right this second. Hold on. Y'all might think I'm making this up. Yeah, everybody think I'm making this up. Shit, hold on, man. Ew. What is this? Hold on, this man got on a wig? Okay, that is very different. That is very different. Hold on, what is this way here? Listen. Listen. Y'all hear that sound? Okay. Shh, listen, hold on. Listen, I want you to turn off all the noise, the music, everything in your house. I want you to listen to this sound right now. If you got diabetes, listen to me. If you got diabetes right now, I want y'all to listen to this shit right here. Now listen. According to YouTube, you should all be healed right now and not need any insulin, metformin, nothing. That right there is a chakra activating sound, according to this YouTube video. I just don't want to put it in the video because it might, you know, but you should all be healed of diabetes right now, according to this YouTube. And you could just type in, go to YouTube search and type in chakras, diabetes, and you're going to get like 100 videos that goes from mimicking rife sounds to this thing, that thing, but they all got some type of. So, hey, I just don't get it. Like, how you on me while they exist? That means you ain't really trying to help nobody. You trying to hurt these people. Because they want to close down your only true source. They want to shut down the only person that really loves you, just as much as he loves himself. And then you'll have nobody but the drugs, the surgery, or the chakra niggas. Right? But over here, I'm going to tell you about your pigment system. Over here, I'm going to tell you that your pigment system relies on your collagen system as a base. So no healing pigment systems without healing collagen first or while you are addressing the pigment system. Collagen is not just something that's for women with makeup, or you want to make your lips fatter, or it's not just a vein, you know, that's not it. It's not just your shoulder and your elbow. Like, collagen is way deeper than that. Way deeper than that. Okay, so hopefully you got your pen and your paper out and you're working. So let's go through the collagen science real quick. The first thing that happens, right, is inflammation. Now, why did I start the collagen sciences off with inflammation? Because if there is no inflammation, then you're going to have amazing collagen and you don't need this information. However, if you got some stuff going on, or if you don't, but you're an athlete, yeah, you need this information. Because if anybody that's working out or you're an athlete, what you're wearing out the hardest and toughest in your body is your collagen, is your joints, your ligaments. Because the collagen and the cells that build collagen, they work a lot slower than your muscles. So your muscle grows, and the way that your muscles work is they have to pull on joints, tissues, collagen-based materials in order to pull on the skeleton to get movement, power, etc. This is where the injuries come from. Most of the injuries are coming from the fact that the muscles are way stronger than the ligaments and the joints and all that. because you in the gym like a maniac working on the muscles. You reading up on all kinds of nutrition and fancy shit that you can eat and take to beef up the muscles. And you're not understanding that the muscles got to pull on things that's weak. That made after a while, your collagen tissues is like 1,000 times weaker than the muscle. So they're gonna blow, they're gonna pop, right? So that's why we start with the inflammation, so you understand how this goes, right? And if we talk about the vehicle, physical damage is like crashing a car, right? And then what happens? What is inflammation? Inflammation is loud talking. Inflammation is an argument. That's what inflammation is. Don't make it more complicated. When the cells in your body start arguing and yelling and cussing at each other, that's called inflammation, right? We've seen the words, right? Some of the words are good words, some of the words are bad words. When they start yelling all good words and bad words at the same time and nobody's really listening, that's inflammation. That's what's happening with your cells. You're gonna have platelets flying, so you get stuff sticking to stuff that shouldn't be sticking. You're gonna have white blood cells eating things they shouldn't eat. You know, it gets gonna get crazy. And every time that happens, what is left behind is cellular debris. And that cellular debris can be picked up in a PCR test and give a false positive or a false negative. And it's, yeah, so another conversation. Sorry about that. However, when you get into the healing space, right, if you know how to put your body into the healing space, you start building new proteins. That's called autophagy. It happens while you sleep. So if you don't sleep, you can't heal. You folks that's thinking you're just going to work out a lot and have amazing nutrition and not really sleep, yeah, you should sacrifice the working out or the nutrition before the sleep. I'm just letting you know, okay? Because no sleep, no autophagy, no muscle building, no healing. It just doesn't work that way, okay? So autophagy sets in at night while you sleep, hopefully, you're doing it correctly. And then you release the cytokines and interleukins. See, it's always cytokines and interleukins. You got to understand it's always shared information. Your body runs on social media. Your body's a social network. It's always shared information. It's always going to start with cytokines, interleukins, maybe chemokines, but there's some communication amongst the cells. Now, in the healing space, the communication is going to be to build fibroblasts. From fibroblasts, matrix proteins. Now, if you want the blue magic, you're going to be getting in the nutrients and the keys and all those things that you need to build this, to create this process, to shut down the inflammatory conversation, right? The arguing and the bickering, and get to the healing part. See, that's what I always like to do, even though I don't mind the arguing, because sometimes you got to get a point across. But the arguing must lead to healing, so you have a positive outcome. Or you just wasted your energy in the argument. You just wasted your whole energy arguing and all that. For what? What was the positive outcome? You care about a person if you argue with them. You don't argue, you don't take the time to teach somebody that you don't care about. So now, once you're in the healing space, finishing touches time. Finishing touches time. That's now the temporary collagens, the type 3 and 4, is now replaced with the permanent type 1 collagen, and then the geometry and placement is perfected. Once everything is where it should be, then the geometry and placement is perfected. Now you got working collagen, and from there, we can start rebuilding pigments, okay? Definitely go to the website, drinky.com, get your ocean state, get your purple phase, get your blue magic, as seen in the American Healer documentary. Matter of fact, go make sure you watch the American Healer documentary, right? But when you go to order at drinky.com, make sure when you get to the checkout, you have to refresh the payment screen.
Yo, we gotta get out of that. Honestly, but now I'm starting to get like, yo, your soul is a really serious thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant is a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information, billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light. Life is raw music. Electromagnetic wave. The etymology of photography is to write with light. Big Willie, well I am, type by height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul, the likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your guns, your squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it labels. Sound becoming light as the periodic table.
Hey, chill though. Nah, hold up. That was I got a little hype for a second. I got a little hype for a second there. You know what I'm saying? I got a little hype for a second. I said, hold up, man. Let me show them something, man. I gotta hold up. Man, hold up, man. Oh. Yeah, pot's clanking. Y'all don't understand what's happening, man. See this? This is the bongo. Bongo. This is that. Flash. Flash. That's what bongo means in French. This is flashing. In French, though, bongo. When you go to polyepic.com, I'm telling you, it's a lot of driftuation happening. So you can't even see the melanin versus diabetes with the black on black. But we're trying to show you something. Polyepic.com. Listen, this is more than just a conversation. Y'all not understanding. This is big. This is big, people. It's bigger than me and bigger than you.
Yo, we gotta get out of that. Honestly, but now I'm starting to get like, yo, your soul is a really serious thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet is the.
Yo, I don't even know if y'all really listen to this song like that, but everything is here. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation. Are y'all really listening to this shit? I'm telling y'all, I should be in every conversation. Who's the best MCs? Biggie, somebody else, and me. I don't know niggas with harder bars than me. No, we're gonna get this.
Yo, we gotta get out of that Illuminati mindset, but now I'm starting to really get like, yo, what is it? Telling your soul is a really serious thoughts and emotions combined into a voice, an electromagnetic signature that articulates choice. Choice is distinction. Distinction is information. Life as we know it is organized information's incarnation to create more and store more. The alpha magma, codified in Kemet is the Falcon's plasma. Satan is a trick. Blatant is a dick to be complacent in this shit makes you a patient that is sick. The truth is you are a true star. Your caterpillar construction cocoons a new true star. The real definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth.
The true definition of selling your soul first is trading, becoming stellar for a star on earth. Second, you help block creation's illumination, separating information billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid.
Second, you help block creation, illumination, separating information billions of years in accumulation. Blindly, nigga, we couldn't be more stupid. Sound becomes light, life is raw music.
Electromagnetic wave.
The etymology of photography is the right with light. Big Willie, well I am, type of height, get it? Do you understand what footage is? Skin on tree trunks with visual acoustics is. What it mean to own your image and likeness exclusive is? That's your light, clueless kid in a ruthless biz. The image is your soul.
The likeness is your swag. Hold on. The image is your soul. The likeness is your swag. And there's no fucking way I'm trading that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields, encoding your voice, encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotions. When those waves collapse, the culture is the commotion. Nigga, keep your gun, just squeeze proper. Culture vultures are cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it, labels. Sound becoming light is the periodic table.
Likeness is your swag, and there's no fucking way I trade that for a bag. Your soul is electromagnetic fields. Your voice is the specific frequency it yields. Encoding your thoughts, encoding your emotion. When those waves collapse, the culture's your commotion. Nigga, keep your gun, just squeeze proper. Culture vultures is cowards and eavesdroppers. The digital age, we clearly got it, labels. Sound becoming light is the periodic table.
Electromagnetic wave. Electromagnetic wave.
How we didn't know rap would get that big? Buzz is biology understanding zigzag zig. You gotta know what zigzag zig means for the line to make sense.
How we didn't know rap could get that big? Buzz is biology underwriting zigzag zig.
Buzz is biology underwriting zigzag zig. Biology underwriting. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps. And my shit create new mumps. The bass sicker than flu pumps. Swinging like they noose hung. Ain't no stopping us from affecting the whole populace. Shining like phosphorus. The fiends say, I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Light entendres, light forecasts, let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherans are the middlemen that RCA is mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018, radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light and light becomes flesh.
That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps and my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps, swinging like it's news hung. Ain't no stopping us, affecting the whole populace. Mumps, bass sicker than blue. That big buzz is biology underwriting. How we didn't know rap could get that big? Buzz is biology underwriting zigzag zig. That's why the buzz come after the goosebumps and my shit creating new mumps. Bass sicker than blue pumps, swinging like it's news hung. Ain't no no stopping us. Expecting the whole populace, shining like phosphorus. The fiends say I'm all type of dope. I make a photon of firework like a microscope. Like entendres, like forecast. Let's work. Smell me like a broadcast network. Get it? Peripherance is the middlemen that RCA just mimicking. In the Bible, when they lost their blessing, they start burning. 2018 radio turned urban because we started with nothing and did it the best. Sound becomes light, light becomes blessed.
Electromagnetic waves in your body work the same way as the recording technology. So we take it back. You look at a phonograph. A phonograph is a carbon disc spinning with a carbon needle. That carbon disc, that carbon needle is able to record what? Electromagnetic waves. Now look at this. I want y'all to check this out now. Look, record. Let me see if I can pause it. What? Boom. Now on the left, I want y'all to understand. Shout out to Art Mogul. Art Mogul takes some of the lines and things that I teach about and say, and he makes it into art. So when I explain to people that your personality, your character, your mind, your soul, the experiences that make up you are nothing more than electromagnetic waves that your needle on the turntable has recorded. That's what your pineal gland is. Your pineal gland is your needle on the recording these electromagnetic waves. Creating you. Because sound becomes light, and light becomes. Go get the album, Sound Becomes Light. It's still everywhere on all platforms. Go get that. It's on Tidal. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. For the guys that my music is not good enough to financially support. You know what I'm saying? Go get it for free on YouTube. It's all right. MDR is focused on ending the plague of excess blood sugar on our rainbow spectrum of internal pigments. Give me 29. Give me 29. Give me 29. I'm just kidding. And actually, no, I'm not. But actually, you know what? I am. Yeah. If you can only afford 20, you can only afford $1. It's awesome. But we really need to get to the 10,000, the 50,000, the 100,000, right? Because we need to start buying facilities. We need to start getting labs and vacation spots and resorts and things like that. We can really affect healing. Y'all think that a vacation spa is like a luxury. It's not. It's actually the minimum. You're supposed to have, like, spa is your bottom baseline of health. But because we live in a savage world, spa is a thing for luxury only. But no, I try my best to give myself a spa experience daily, period. You people at home are not using your bathtubs properly. Anyway, send me some of that Ethereum, that Bitcoin, and I'll show you how to do this, son. That's all I'm saying. I just want to introduce y'all to Team Harmeen. You know what I'm saying? Like the Lakers right now, they trying to introduce you to the new team and, you know, go out there and win a championship. You know what I'm saying? Now, they're a few pieces short. We not, right? This is Team Harmeen right here. Okay? And we running a full court press on this guy, Dirk. Okay? Dirk is the one that stops your beta cells from reproducing. We got this nigga on lock right here. You see this defense? We got him on lock. See, the problem is humans can produce Dirks, but not the alkaloids. And you got so many of these fake healers running around with the mineral program. They don't really know how herbs work. They don't even know what an alkaloid is. Alkaloids your body don't make. You have to get them from the plants. The pharmaceutical companies know this. They're always on a race to get the alkaloids out of the plants and turn them into medicine. That's what they're doing. They take the drugs and the medicines are all alkaloids. Cocaine is an alkaloid. The same way Harmine is an alkaloid, to help the pancreas. Cocaine is an alkaloid. So these folks, the pharmaceutical people, they understand. They hunt. When they go looking for plants in the jungles, the mountains, the rainforest, they're looking and they take the plant to the lab. They want to run the plant for a list of not minerals. They're not looking for minerals. I want to promise you that the pharmaceutical companies don't care about minerals. And for you guys that think minerals are something, or not something, but you think that minerals do it by itself, then go and get you a bottle of minerals. They sell. You could just buy trace minerals. You could just buy a mineral. Like, yo, go get a calcium. Just go get a liquid calcium and see if it does the same thing as taking a plant compound that's high in calcium. See if they work the same in your body. I promise you they won't. Because the plant compound is not only going to come in with the minerals, but it's going to come in with all of the machinery, the enzymes, all of the things that your body needs to process those minerals is going to come in from the plant. You coming in with minerals without the rest of the material, your body don't even know what to properly do with that. Your body has no context for you taking a silver supplement or you dropping gold in your mouth. Like, okay, your body's like, what you want me to do with this? I don't need liquid gold. I want to have mustard seeds. So your body wants gold in it, but your body wants the gold from the mustard seeds. Oh, damn. I'm just dropping jewels. I'm a jewel dropping nigga. Jewels fall out of my pocket. That's how wealthy I am. See, y'all niggas think wealth is money. Wealth is wisdom. And that's what I do. I'm Big Meech. I'm Big Meech of wisdom. When you come around me, you're going to feel amazing because I'm going to just make it rain all over you. I'm going to make it rain all over you. I'm going to make it rain on you. Like, holy shit. Did Inky just tell us that mustard seeds concentrate gold? What? We didn't even know there were plants strong enough to put gold in. Because they don't stay in the studio long enough. Why do you think mustard seeds has such a prominent fly-ass quote in the Bible? Like, why do you think mustard seeds, The faith, like the mustard seed, you got to understand gold is flying special, not because it's yellow. Gold is flying special because it doesn't oxidize. Gold is the maximum resistance to oxidation. Oxidation is what your process of death is. Okay? 2 + 2 will be 4. So we got that boy Dirk on a lockdown. We're not even playing no games with him. Okay? We didn't drew up the play and we gonna run it on him. We listen, we done drew up the play. I want y'all to see this game. I want y'all to see how this full court running. We not letting Dirk do nothing. Look. Dirk is covered. We not playing with Dirk at all. You understand this? We got Dirk on lockdown. We playing Dirk with the Michael Jordan plan. We're gonna let Dirk have 40. He's gonna get to the rim a few times. He's gonna get there sometime. But you're not winning the game, buddy. See, we gonna have you locked down. You're gonna exhaust yourself. You're gonna have a nice stat line, but that's it. See, that's the thing y'all don't know about Michael Jordan against Larry Bird. Michael Jordan never beat Larry Bird, ever. It's not even a story like, oh, well, he only beat Larry Bird when Larry Bird got older. No, even when Larry Bird was old as fuck, even when Larry Bird back no longer worked and he had to take needles and all that at halftime, and I promise you, none of that, the Michael Jordan flu game, that Michael Jordan flu game is nowhere near as impressive as Larry Bird's multiple seasons with no spine. Like literally he was playing without a spine. Like his back was foldable. So that's how we running this. The Boston Celtics defense on Michael Jordan. They had no problem with letting Mike get 50 or 60. In fact, they talked him into it. So when you listen to Skip goofy ass, respectfully, tell you about, oh, Larry Bird said that Michael Jordan was God in sneakers, that was a trick. That was Larry Bird getting into Michael Jordan's head. So Michael Jordan could get that energy like, oh, it's all about me. I'm killing them. They can't stop me. And when he gets that in his mind, it's over. He's not looking to pass the ball. So we don't even have to play defense on everybody. All we got to do is focus on him. And he'll have an amazing game. He'll score 50, 60, and they will lose. And that was the strategy that, so I might couldn't win against the real teams. Now, see, the real teams understand it's about team. And the team got to know how to stand alone, but they also got to know how to stay together. That's how you win games. So we want you guys to fight diabetes with Dr. Inky's advanced research team, Harmony. That's my new research team. Purple Phase, Ocean State, Blue Magic. They ain't gonna never turn on. Land, sea, and tree. Buy from genius, not copycats. DrInky.com. And don't forget to refresh the screen. Don't forget to refresh the screen. Don't forget. May 29. I'm sorry about that. My bad. Back to the work. Okay. You gotta know we still got work to do. You gotta know we still got work to do. Right? So here's an article. You can go pull up this article. We in the ocean. Come on now. It's Inky, the god of water. We back in the ocean. My puppy's name is Ocean. Listen, this is what it is. Okay. Now, Undaria pentaphyta, yeah. What is that? Wakame, right? That's the other kelp. So there's one type of kelp called kombucha that people are just all over. We discussed that. The other kelp is the wakame. That is the kelp. That's kelpie. That's kelpie. And I ain't gotta say much, because I could just let the journals do all the talking. Look what it say: parts per trillion detection of Harmala alkaloids in Wakame algae by online solid phase extraction capillary electrophoresis mass spectrometry. That's a really complicated way of saying Inky is so far ahead of all the rest of these niggas. If you're not supporting Inky, you're literally playing yourself. That's kind of what this article says. But just like, like that's the, but check out the little piece of the abstract and then you can go read the whole article. B-carboline, beta-carboline alkaloids of the Harmala group, right? So there goes carbon once again, right? Right up in the mix, carbon and alkaline. You see how that's right there sitting there, but you might not know what you're looking at? Beta-carboline alkaloids. So I don't know who's telling you, oh yeah, Inky be hating on Sebi. No. Inky be perfecting Sebi. See, I'm not afraid or ashamed to find something that needs tweaking and then tweak it. And then tell you niggas, Sebi was wrong right there. I found it, I tweaked it, here's the correction. Boom. And yeah, I would not have the correction if he didn't lay the foundation. You niggas don't understand what the pyramids also represent on an abstract level. On an abstract level, the pyramids in Egypt represent socializing. It's to teach you how to socialize. It's so that you can understand that the apex stone has to sit its weight on the shoulders of everybody beneath it. So Dr. Sebi is a foundational stone in that pyramid. Actually, for us now, but we could go all the way back to Imhotep, or we could do it. But that's a brick. Sebi's a brick in the pyramid that we need to build, the living pyramid. I'm a brick somewhere in there, but I'm a brick somewhere up in there because I studied Dr. Brown and Dr. Sebi and Mama Pill and ran around with Dr. B and Judy and all these, because I'm out here. I'm an outside nigga. So when I was in the street, I was in the street. When I left the street, oh, that's done. Whoop, I'm into healing. So now I'm in the healing streets. So Oh, where they at with it? Oh, they in LA, they in Wisconsin, they in Texas, wherever it's popping, I'm there. And I'm leaving with all the books available. The conversation is cool, the lecture is cool, and all that. But I just wanted to, let me get them books. I need them books. I need that work. Yeah, this is what you guys are supporting. See, you have to have somebody doing the firsthand research, or guess what? You're in a world where motherfuckers was planning on selling you powdered sea moss mixed with powdered bladderwrack until infinity. Why? Because Savvy was selling powdered sea moss with powdered bladderwrack 40 years ago. So these goofballs that don't study, they're not innovative, they're not creators. They're not creators. You're not a creator because you make videos. We need to see what the video content is. You niggas don't, you're borderline illiterate. This shit frustrates me. Recording a creator is not the same as being a creator. If you're somebody that records other people doing something, you're not a creator. You're a video recorder. If you're somebody that records other people's audio, you're not a creator. You take sound bites of creators. The voices, the information, the intelligence is the creation. That's the value, because the only true value is humans. And the only thing that a human has to intrinsically offer another human is his mind, is his soul. That's value. That's why there's no money on earth that has an actual value. Not because of some old, the river is the bank and the bank's above the river and this old bullshit Jordan Maxwell shit these goofball niggas keep remixing. You got to get to the deeper secrets. You got to get to the deeper secrets. That's the article. Go to the website, drinkee.com, study the article that I wrote with my babies. This is my baby's business. You trying to shut my babies down? Ain't nobody out there pioneering no kind of scientific documents like this with their children to position them. When I position my children, you don't understand how this thing works. You don't understand one step for me is a step for all.
I was like, he just gonna be here and go on the mall. Cause I was like, I keep hearing, the basic shit. And I'm like, this motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
Man, hold on. Sorry about that, people. We'll get right back to that. Small distraction. Okay, let's just do it like this. Handle this distraction. Okay, now that little nasty exercise was done. I'm going to power off my phone so that we don't have those disturbances again. I have to apologize for that. Now we need to get the video back lined up. I told you the haters is active, and this video series right here is powerful. It's waking up the haters. They like, damn, we thought we got him. This nigga back stronger than ever with that. What? Shit, we need to get back out there and start our anti-Inky campaign once again.
I was like, he just gonna be here and go in the mall. Cause I was like, I keep hearing, you know, the basic shit. And I'm like, this motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
And then he just knows how to be a public relation type of motherfucker to shoot a video where he passing out money and doing all kind of, come on, man.
He learned from, like, he took all the smart shit that you guys did.
Fuck.
And you're right, because in the heat of battle, he don't fucking miss. Back against the wall, he don't miss. I mean, that motherfucker.
In the heat of battle.
Man, we might need to just do that one more time for the one time, just for the family.
I was like, he just gonna be here and go in the mall. Cause I was like, I keep hearing, you know, the basic shit. And I'm like, this motherfucker don't miss.
No, he's fucking good.
That motherfucker don't miss, man.
He's good.
In the heat of battle, he don't miss.
No.
In the heat of controversy, he don't miss.
No.
And then he just knows how to be a public relation type of motherfucker to shoot a video where he passing out money and doing all kind of, come on, man.
He learned from, like, he took all the smart shit that you guys did.
Fuck.
And you're right, because in the heat of battle, he don't fucking miss. Back against the wall, he don't miss. I mean, that motherfucker.
In the heat of battle.
Tried to tell him. I'm trying to tell him. I've tried to tell him. I don't even know if y'all ready to absorb this one yet. We'll just leave this. We'll go here. Let's just get right here. Okay? Let's get back to the sound. Let's get back to becoming light. Let's get back to the light. See, light is information. Light is intelligence. Light is information. Let me rephrase that. Being able to utilize that light and process that light and store that light is intelligence. So the supreme intelligence see, I need y'all to understand this. Now we getting closer, right? We getting closer. We wrapping up. Look, where we at? Let me see what time. Oh, I'm trying to get the time on my phone. We wrapping up. I need the time though. All right, 7:24. Okay, we doing good on time. We doing good on time. Autophagy in diabetic retinopathy. Okay, I need y'all to check this out. Remember, autophagy is where healing happens. If there's no autophagy, there's no healing. I don't care what you ate or what you exercised or whatever you think you heard. Autophagy is when healing happens. So when the glucose level goes up, you have what happens? When the glucose level goes up, the cells get stressed. And when the cells get stressed, they start cussing each other out. You MFer, you be at, you know, they start going into, and what are they doing? Right? When you cussing somebody out, it's only, hold on, let's do it like this. It's only a few cuss words. MFer, B, a-hole, like it's only 10, you know, and the phrase is, if you study languages, when you learn a new language, you got to learn them bad words early, right? When I learned Spanish in New York, the first thing I learned was cuss words, just so I could know when Spanish people was talking greasy, right? But now I like to learn the bad words early in every language because it adds color, it adds excitement, it's fun, right? But now that we're learning the cellular language, Big Mouth boot camp style, you got to understand that IL-1 and 6, that's like your mama, like your mama's a bee, like, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever's that, That highest level cuss words, that's them. So that's what's going on when the glucose level gets too high. Now you got the inflammatory side, the interleukins, the cytokines, the chemokine. You got all these guys preventing autophagy. Preventing autophagy. So this is why we got to dig back into this, right? You need to open your Bible back up, right? Because all life came out the ocean, start with algae, right? Y'all are confused. Since life starts with algae, how do you fix it when it breaks down? You go back to the algae. When the atmosphere that's created by the algae starts to break down, how do you fix it? You go back to the algae. So you got to understand God's covenant with man is the main thing. That's the main foundational piece to all of the science to follow. Because God's covenant being the rainbow, you got to know what the rainbow is. The rainbow is electromagnetism, right? Through the lens of water. So electromagnetism in water is the rainbow. So the covenant of God is not exactly a rainbow. The covenant of God is what? Electromagnetism in water. Waves in water. Your body is what? Oh, my body is 70% water. Wrong answer. Your body, even when your body is 60% water, when you're an old, dehydrated, shrivel up, short person, your body's still 65% water. But guess what? Even at 65 or 60% water, 99.9999% of your body's molecules are water molecules. I need you to understand that. Your body always maintains a molecule ratio. The molecule ratio is just like the cosmos. And they tell you about the cosmos. They say 1%, or they might say 10% of the universe's stuff. And then the other 90, 95, 99% is plasma. Your body's the same blueprint. I'm trying to let you understand this. So God's covenant is electromagnetism in the water. The water is you. That's why the Bible keeps referring to light. The image is your soul. The likeness is your swag. And there's no way I'll trade that for. I need y'all to understand this. Now, fiber and pigment. The reason why we focus everything we're doing around fiber and pigment is because in your body, fiber is what brings in and controls the water. Pigment is what brings in and controls the light. So we don't really focus on vegan as much as we focus on pigment and fiber, because our diets are devoid of pigment and fiber. And when people complain about processed food, these people don't really understand what they're talking about. Because if they did, they would say, oh, we get it. Processed food is basically plants that have had the pigment and fiber removed. So we damn near could keep eating our reckless meals that we've grown to love and appreciate. We just have to begin to start supplementing with fiber and pigment. And then we have to find the right pigments and right types of fiber to get in, and we are back to good. It is just that simple. Okay, all right, I know. Because the cash apps ain't going on. So I know this bullshit. Y'all don't understand what I'm talking about. It's all right. For those that do, we working. You see that? Look at that at the bottom. Now, what does that look like? At the bottom, that blue circle with the black dot in it. Isn't that your toroid? Hold on. Isn't that your toroid? Aren't the slickest, flyest niggas online trying to tell you all the energy in the universe is going through the vortex mathematics of Tesla, and it's going into the toroid and the toroid and the torus and torus and the toroid? You forgot that's your eyeball? Did you forget? They say, no, because that's not a real torus, because it's supposed to be in the center of the hole. It's supposed to be like a donut. It is for light, dummies. It is for light. It's a straight hole through the center back to the optic nerve. When the optic nerve gets loose, think of it as a wire. When your wire gets a short, okay, when your optic nerve gets a short in it, because it's a wire, when it gets a short in it, it's called glaucoma. That's what that means. The optic nerve has a short. It's just that simple, bro. I'm trying to explain this to you. Inside the plasma, right, the fluid, the vitreous humor, right, you have invisible scaffolding. These are called crystallins. These crystallins are made from protein and silica. When the inflammation goes up, these are the things that starts breaking down. And when these scaffoldings that hold your eye at the exact geometry that it needs to be for the refraction to happen, when these things start breaking down, the geometry of your eyeball changes, and now the light is not going where it's all over the place. And the light now that your eyes will be using to see contributes to the inflammatory process. And because the light is now destroying your eyes starts to defend itself and tries to create a little Captain America shield. Like, oh, well, if you ain't gonna protect me, I'll protect myself. And your eye produces a little shield to start blocking some of this light that's destroying it. Because when the light hits places inside the eye that there's no pigment there to receive it, it's just inflammatory signal. So there's more IL-1 and IL-6 going off. So the cataracts is really like a shield to block the light because you don't have pigment there to absorb it. But now, when you have the pigments there, see, that's why you have the anthocyanins, the carotenoids, and the retinols. When you have those in the plasma of the eye, they will absorb all the errant light, so it never damages the eye. If you get them in an abundance, the right ones, they will rebuild the eye because that's what your eye was built out of in the first place. All you gotta do is look it up. Type in carotenoids, diabetic retinopathy. Type in anthocyanins, diabetic retinopathy. Type in retinol, diabetic retinopathy. Don't believe me. Just go look. Just go look. Because we could do this a whole nother way. The same way I'm telling you the Captain America shield and the short in the wire, I could change that. I could change glaucoma from being an analogy of a short in a wire to an analogy of looking at the eyeball as its own human. Let's look at your eyeballs as individual humans. When that eyeball gets diabetes, they call it retinopathy, and they call it diabetic retinopathy. So they keep that in there. It's easier to understand. But when your eyeball gets high blood pressure, now that's going to be glaucoma. So diabetes, high blood pressure on different scales. Remember, we had the scale shit. Scale ain't always a good. So you got to understand this and see these risk factors, these the numbers. Again, excessive amounts of alcohol. Why? Because the alcohol is going to stop the NAD, the sirtuins, and guess what? The NAD and the sirtuins are the main guys that initiate autophagy, the healing. So if we get rid of them, then the eye just gets worse every day as you continue to have the smoking and the alcohol, or Maybe you don't drink alcohol, but you eat a lot of processed sugars. When you eat a lot of processed sugars, that feeds the candida inside your body. And guess what the candida turns your snack into? Alcohol. Bang, bang. Just saying. I'm just trying to show you. Now, what you need to know about these things, all free radicals are also light particles, if you will. All of them are luminous. You may not understand this. They're trying to keep this light inside you from you knowing this light. This is the light, the darkness comprehended. Now, you don't understand that your body luminous. You confused. I'm trying to help it unconfuse you. Mitochondria are usually protected from oxidative insults and damage by a complex multi-layer network of mitochondrial antioxidant systems. H2O2 or peroxide can be readily converted to water by mitochondrial GPX. Now, see, you don't have GPX, you don't have GSH, you don't have GSSG without glutathione. That's what the G is in these compounds, right? So when you see the GSH, glutathione is what you're looking at. Glutathione is the #1 antioxidant of your body's waters. I've been saying this for 10 years already. Nobody's listening still. To the god of water, they not try to tell them. You need antioxidants just to protect the waters in your body. Anyway, the GPX oxidizes to GSH and GSGG. The way it oxidizes is when it's used as an antioxidant. So when a free radical attacks a cell and then the GSSG neutralizes that free radical, it has been oxidized so that your cell is not oxidized. So now it becomes GSH to GSSG, and then glutathione reductase then brings it back so it can be used again by your body again and again, but you got to have the material for the enzymes and the recycling process, right? Your glutathione, your GSH is synthesized and recycled in the cytosol. Its import into mitochondria is mediated by a transporter. In addition to the GSH, mitochondria have two other small thiol disulfide oxidoreductases, TRX and glutaredoxin. Wait a minute, I want to make sure y'all know what these are. Because see, I was the first person to tell everybody else that the reason you get pheomelanin production is because of sulfur thiols. You could go back if you want and watch all of the old melanin masters. None of them tells you that part. They just tell you that it's sulfur is making pheomelanin. But you're not going to look and find sulfur. So you look for sulfur, you never found it until you know to look for sulfur-based alcohol. Not sulfur-based acids. Because see, a lot of you niggas are stuck in that paradigm where all things that are good for your body must be called alkaline and all things that are bad for your body must be called acids. You niggas goofy as shit. I know that you're not studying Dr. Sebi. You're trying to memorize Dr. Sebi. It's a difference. You niggas don't understand the difference between learning and memorizing. It's all right. You're going to learn today. Another detoxification enzyme, CAT, is we're going to keep it. It's all right. You're going to get it. Every protein has hundreds or thousands of binding sites for minerals that bind to those charges, electricity, the light, that bind to those charges and regulators for minerals that are repelled by those charges. All while suspended in the gel we know of as cytoplasma or structured water. The cytoskeleton is the carbon-based scaffolding that is key in cellular movement via mineral catalysts. Now, drop down, I'm explaining to you how the mitochondria produce the entire spectrum of light inside them. Okay, from 230 nanometers all the way through the whole. Excited carbonyl compounds give off light in the 350 nanometer to 500 nanometer range. You can always look up everything I'm saying. So when they tell you that I got blonde hair, when they tell you I got gold teeth, when they tell you I make a mess while I'm cooking in my kitchen. Yo, Iggy got a messy kitchen. What? When they tell you these things, you just got to know that those things are those things are all true. But so is this. So is the fact that Inky got the information to heal you and your family. I'm just trying to tell you. Now, people dealing with circulation issues, evening primrose oil. Evening primrose oil is a way better daily supplement for circulation than garlic. However, in a tight spot, you could use them both and they will catalyze each other to open up circulation quickly. Very quickly. I had somebody who was having a situation, they had broke their leg and they went to the hospital and they got patched up and all that, but the foot was turning black still because they wasn't getting circulation. So what I did was I told them, you got to massage this oil into the foot, you know, while you're taking it, you know what I'm saying? And of course I had some other stuff that go along with that, but yeah. Of course, I got to shout out the Vegan Botanic, 453 West 238th Street in the Bronx. Oh my goodness. You know what? I lied to y'all earlier. This kid right here gave me the biggest compliment of my life. Mr. G was first, KT was second, but then this guy just one-upped all of them. Like, bruh, I'm the only person in the Bronx trying to combat this food desert with a farm, with the food, the juices, the smooth, everything. I got it all right here, dab slap in the middle of the hood. And I just want to let you know that it was you who saved my life 10 years ago that put me on a course to put a farm in the Bronx and then attach a store to the farm so we could sell everybody fresh food right here in the Bronx, right from the farm. That shit made me cry. That brought tears to my eyes. That fucked me up. I can't even explain that shit to you. That shit fucked me up. Really. Okay, I'm reloaded. Blue Magic Powder is back, baby. And guess what? Blue Magic Powder, AKA that ocean steak. Take your girl on a floating date with ocean steak, right? It's back, new and improved with Mackay berries. I'm sure in South America where them berries come from, yeah, I'm sure they're not saying Mackay berries. We're gonna say Mackay berries. C3G. C3G is an extract from black currants, then saffron. Either way, we'll go on. But saffron, a lot of people know saffron as a seasoning. A lot of people know Sazun because they understood the science of saffron and turned that herb into a multi-million-dollar business, right? Saffron is like, I want to say saffron is probably the most expensive herb on earth because of how powerful it is in your body. Dead ass. I'm going to show you too. So you know, everything I tell you, I'm going to show you, right? So it's coming. But I want you to see this. I want you to see this. I want you to see the difference between Chondrus crispus powder and that other shit that you niggas buying that you think is Chondrus crispus powder. See, that's my book. Those are my spoons. That's my house. That on the right, that black stuff. Well, see, I have my own grinder here. I have my own commercial grinder. It's a tiny one, but I have a commercial grinder. So that when I get my moss out of the ocean myself, I could powderize it. And when I powderized it, bruh, I swear to everything I love, I wanted to just jump out of the window. I was so angry because I have been buying stuff that looks like that on the left forever. Forever. Like, yeah, I got that Converse Crispus powder. I'm about to throw this in the blender with my drink and that more. So when we make our Blue Magic, we start out with stuff that looks like that. So our Blue Magic powder, Ocean State powder, we don't start out with the stuff on the left. We start out with the stuff right there. Just want to put that in the air and let y'all know. And then also, while folks is out there telling you that the sea moss got 250 minerals and all that, I just wanted to actually give you an accurate profile of what's in the chondrous. I just want to do that for you so that, you know, you're not stuck with the 240 some mineral conversation. Right. And then look, pay attention to this also, because we're getting ready to go to class now. So right now, take your bathroom break, go get your notebook, whatever. We getting ready. We at the ending right now. This is the ending. We closing out. I need you to know that inside the Chondrus crispus, guess what? You get omega-3 at a 13-to-1 ratio to omega-6. There is nothing on earth that fixes your DHA omega-3 problem that you need for your brain, that you need for your eyes, like Chondrus crispus. Don't get it twisted. Naturally, that's how the plant grows. That's how the algae grow. Now, get your pen and paper out and get to work. Let's get to work now. Now let's go to work. Now that you got what I gave you, you're going to get this on top of that. You ready? Let's go. Oh, yeah. The RPE, the melanin that runs your eyeballs. So you got the rainbow in the eye, but trust me, that entire rainbow is surrounded. Look, here's an eye cut in half. Here's an eye cut in half. We got to really take you to science class here. Okay, so just take it beyond the shadow of a doubt. Again, when they, oh, Inky freaking up, Inky scared, Inky fraud, Inky just making up that stuff. All right. Ask them niggas if they looked at dissected eyeballs and body parts and all that. Like, I don't do this often because it's disgusting. But sometimes I got to get to this space. And this eye all toe up. And what you see in there, nothing but blue residue. Blue light is one of the most damaging things to your eyeball. It produces the highest amount of IL-6 and IL-1. But that's not why we're looking at this. What you need to look at is the black layer of pigment that surrounds the entire eyeball. Outside of that is what? Collagen, just like we explained. Collagen, then on top of that is the pigment. This is how this goes. Okay, so the collagen is called the choroid. We're gonna get this work, man. Yeah, I'm gonna get this work. You see that? The RPE is a melanin-containing epithelial layer. Okay, that's just a skin layer that lays between the retina and the choroid. So your eyeball, the outside of it is collagen. Then the next layer up is pigment, melanin specifically. And then after the melanin becomes your eye. Now you get to the rest of the parts that they talk to you about. But the part that they don't talk to you about is the melanin layer. That actually is the layer that controls all the information in and out of the eye. But, you know, I just got to make sure that, you know, they'll tell you in a heartbeat, oh, Inky making up something. So, yeah, there's that. So when they say, oh, Inky making it up, because even white folks, make sure we clear, even white folks with blue eyes, gray eyes, albinos with red eyes, it doesn't matter. You're going to have that pigment layer, or you're supposed to have that pigment layer around the eye. And in the albino space, depending on if that albinism is touching them eyeballs, that's where their problems come from. And when you have diabetes and high blood sugar, remember, the sugar crystallizes the pigments, neutralizing their job. So now, look at this again. Look, come on, man. I told y'all was going to witness a miracle. Y'all witnessing multiple shit. Look with your eyes. I told y'all the hexagonal structure of water is the template that everything else in the body built on. I told you how the melanin operate with the structured water. I gave y'all the Inky cycle, but y'all don't respect genius, especially when it comes from amongst you. So because I look like you, I talk like you, I dress like you, I behave like you, I must be limited. Nah. Structured water, H3O2, takes on a hexagonal structure because that hexagonal structure is the most efficient structure for managing electromagnetic waves. Come on now. Y'all niggas better put some respect on my name, bro. I'm gonna need some respect on my name, bro. For real, man. I'm gonna need some respect on my name, man. Y'all playing with the wrong one. Not the right one, the wrong one. Y'all been out, go take y'all butts out there with them. Okay. Because I'm missing my puppy along with my baby, so I can teach the family. So I can teach the family. Now look at that. Wait a minute. Hold up now. Hold up now. Wait a minute. Hey, what you doing? Hold up. Now, if I just showed you this picture and I didn't tell you that this is inside your eye, you would think that I was showing you a picture of sea moss. You would think that I was showing you a picture of algae. I'm trying to tell you some shit that y'all don't understand. Genius lives matter. It's right there. Meet me in the draft. It's going down. Meet me at the mall. It's going down. Ah! Anywhere you see me, guaranteed to go down. Birthday, bird. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Y'all see this right here? Can y'all see what's going on right here? I want y'all to see what's going on right here. Okay, so what you're looking at up close in the middle here is the pigmented layer. Above that is where you have your rods and cones. The rods and cones almost look like what? Plants growing out of the soil with their roots dug into what? What's the soil for the pigments that give you sight? The rhodopsin, the three different types of photopsin and the rhodopsin. They plant their roots into the soil. That's called what? Huh? Go. Goat. Bad. That's what I should start doing. I should just start bad on niggas. And of course, I'm not reading this to you. I told you I can teach you, but I can't understand it for you. I'm just giving you a highlighted tour here. You know, like Gilligan's Island. You thought you was coming to see a quick little video. You learn it, doctor. You don't do quick little videos because I got to teach you and bring you all the way up. I got to come down to your level wherever you are with this information, and then I got to bring you all the way up to the stars. Melanin is present in the cytoplasmic granules called melanosomes. I think we talked about that. In older age, melanin granules fuse with lysosomes. I thought I told y'all about that too, that white blood cells release lysosomes which eat melanin. Just trying to tell you. So old age in your eyes is characterized by what? White blood cell activity. And the white blood cells is acting off bad information because they're only listening to a lot of IL-1 and IL-6 shit. So now think. The stray light, right? Stray light. The light that hits the other parts of the eye and causes the IL-1 and 6 release is absorbed by that melanin. That's the free radical stabilizer. But once it's gone, it's a wrap. It's a Rappington. It's Reynolds. So always white blood cells. White blood cells is like when you see the old school cartoon and they got the little boss with the two big doofy, the two big doofy guys next to him to do the dirty work. That's how white blood cells are. White blood cells are the big doofy niggas. They're not smart, but they can get busy with whatever. If you tell them to do something, they can do it. So because they dumb, that's the problem. That's where the problem comes in. I'm trying to get this work. Get this work. Get this work. But liquid gives you immediate energy. Come on. Come on. Mind you, this is a actual presentation that they actually show in school. So I wanted to give it to you. This is like, this whole video is basically like an article, but in video form. So after I gave you all of the firsthand Dr. Inky information, research on the eye, then we go here. Then we go here. We take it into a space where they can't tell you nothing after this. They can't tell you nothing after this. I'm just hoping you're taking good notes. And look at the difference. Look at the damage over the years. If you don't see it for yourself, you won't really know. Because ain't nobody gonna tell you. And I promise you, the guys that's online selling you the herbs to try to compete with me, that want to talk like me, dress like me, I promise you, they ain't showing this. They don't even know none of this. So again, if they don't know this information, how you think you buying they herbs, they complexes, they mosses gonna affect you? They herbs, complexes, and mosses was not designed and built with this information in mind, because they don't know this shit. So if they don't know this, how are they gonna put together herbs and compounds for this to work? If they don't know this information, how can they work in these spaces? I tell you, they're going to listen to somebody else who knew, but they don't. They're just going to repeat and memorize. So they go, oh, Dr. Sebi knew how to help folks' eyes, so I'll just say the same things he did to the T. And I'll sell you his same exact thing that he had. That's insane. To me, that should be the starting point for the next generation of researchers. We already had Sebi did his thing, went to jail to prove his. So it's written in stone. Now you got to take that and build from there. Now you got Dr. Inky here. Well, you got to start with what I'm using as a baseline and figure out what's, what's folk, what's fake, what's not what it need to be, and get rid of that. And take the other 70, 80, 90%, hopefully, that works and stands the test of time, and incorporate that into the new thing that you build in 2040 or 2050 for our babies and our grandbabies. But that's what this thing is about. Now, those are the blood vessels. And that angiogenesis get crazy because once the blood vessels, once your body start going crazy trying to create new blood vessels to get the blood through there because you got so much cellular debris that they can't use the regular channels they've been using, then everything is up in the air. But a lot of the symptoms that you think of as illness is really just your body's workaround, trying to work around your foolishness. So, the Bible advanced biochemistry. The Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples from within you will be separated. 1 people will be stronger than the other, and the older will serve the younger. When the time came for her to give birth, there were twin boys in her womb. The first to come out was red, and his whole body was hairy like a garment, so they named him Esau. After this, his brother came out with his hand gripping Esau's heel, so he was named Jacob. How did these dumb farmers know, right? Because they say the people that wrote the Bible were dumb farmers. How did these dumb farmers know that there's only 2 active pigments that's determining how you look? Especially when the red one is not easy to guess, right? Because you look at white people, they're not red. You get black people, you can go, oh yeah, it must be something black making them black, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, you don't look at white folks and go, something red is making them white. That's not what you do. That's not intuitive. That's very counterintuitive. All right. Now here's a diagram that looks less crazy than the actual inside the eyeball. But you see the retinal pigment epithelial layer, right, where your melanocytes are. Then you have your rods and your cones, and then you have your amacrine and bipolar cells, and then you have your ganglion cells, right? What you need to know is that all of those are either, like I said, specialized melanocytes or specialized neurons, however you want to look at it. Okay. So now, use your own eyes, pun intended, and look at what the damage is. When you look at the microaneurysms, when you look at the macula, the fovea, these are the main targeted areas here. These are the main, all of this damage is prevented by having carotenoids in the center fluid of the eye to protect the pigments that are at the working pigments. There's an article for you. We don't play. What that first thing is a IL-6 off rip. IL-6 off rip. IL-6. Listen, it's that language. Oh, IL-6, IL-1, and a few other cronies. I feel like I could just sit back and I feel like I could just sit back. These slides are so well done. I gotta tap myself on the back. This is why I don't sleep, so I can do shit like this. You know what I'm saying? I gotta give myself my own flowers. I know niggas ain't gonna do it. Anyway, here are the pigments in your eye. So you can't say that nobody laid it out for you. There they go, bang. Now, the first 3, the L cone, M cone, S cone, when you're doing your further research, you may find them that way, or you may find them under the name photopsin, okay? P-H-O-T-O, like photo, photopsin, right? But those are different types of cones. You don't have just one cone, you have 3 cones, okay? For your red, your blue, and your green, just like your TV set. Your TV set works with red, blue, and green. Eye's no different, okay? And it's iodopsin, the iodine-based pigment that forms those pigments, right? So your rods and cones are also formed through iodine. So if you don't have enough iodine in the body, it's a wrap. Again, right? So this is here for you. I just need apologies, cash apps. I just need folks to understand what's happening here. The lens is water and protein. Oxidation and inflammation create a clumping situation that blocks light from the pigments. The cell starts breaking down, leading to cellular debris in the eye, further complicating vision. Now, arginine versus lysine. In the eye, oddly enough, is where herpes and diabetes comes together. Eye pigment is set into collagen and attached by lysine. Something has to attach the pigment to the collagen. Lysine does that. That's why lysine is the thing that, people that have herpes have to make sure they take lysine forever. Because again, what I keep telling you, a lot of these things attach your pigment. And you heard from about herpes. Herpes likes to hide inside the base of the nerve cells. The base of the nerve cells is so the nerve cells. The pigmented cells. Got it. Herpes likes the pigmented cells. All right, we're in business. Now we get the lysine piece. Now you got it. See? Now you're getting it. And now you see the usual suspects. The white blood cell and the nitrogen compounds right there next to the smoking gun. And they're going to introduce you to another cuss word. It's called ICAM-1. ICAM-1 activates these extra nitrogen compounds, which basically release all hell in your eye. You don't have to take my word for it. Again, it's well researched. It's well researched. I play zero games. So all of these is things for you to go now. Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go. Tell me when. Dumb. We go dumb. These doctors out to get me. It's a conspiracy. We eyeballs have been denied our rights as humans. We are people and we are given subpar health care. Diabetes is called retinopathy. High blood pressure is called glaucoma. We are boycotting until our rights are restored by PRG Von Heru. This ain't over. You may have ended diabetes, but I will return with something else. My wife, Miss Terry, and I will be ready every time. To complement your diet, ocean steak, purple phase, and blue magic, you're going to need some cheat codes. These are the berries. You're going to need to have a steady supply of Mackay berries, bilberries, and blueberries. Those three berries cover the overall eye pigments. Saffron is going to get the blood flow up through the optic nerve to the retina and to the choroid so that you don't have the wild angiogenesis going on. The black currants is going to provide the macula, fovea, rhodopsin pigments. And wait a minute, another gift? Actually, you may not be able to find this stuff, so I will have Dr. Inky add them to the ocean steak. In fact, we're going to call this new ocean steak the Janelle edition of ocean steak, with all these new nutrients in there. So y'all at home, if y'all thinking this ocean steak is good, y'all should all thank Janelle. Thank you, Janelle. Hard to find and very expensive. Y'all thought I was playing with that saffron powder. I wanted y'all to see what 2 pounds of saffron powder costs. So when you think you buying herbs that's expensive for $50 a pound, $100 a pound, just know that this is $2,500 a pound. So if the order is late, and the order is late because I'm missing one ingredient, and unlike the herbal salesman online that know that you can't tell the difference, I know the difference, and I'm not shipping that shit out until it's got what it's supposed to have. But it's shit like this that's in my compound that you ain't gonna. So no more acai berries for Black folks, right? We want to get Mackay berries from South America, not acai berries. See, they selling you something crazy. And last but not least, I almost forgot. N-acetylcarnosine. These drops are the future. These drops are the future for cataracts. These drops are the future for cataracts. Literally, these drops have been documented at dissolving cataracts if you can catch it in an early enough stage. So we want people to use these in complement with everything else that we have going on. But do your research. I'm providing you documentation so you can go. Tell me when to go. Tell me where to go. Tell me where to dum 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 dum. Should we review this again now? I think y'all got it. We don't need to review it again. I think y'all got it. I think y'all understand now why they say who's the best healer. Sabi Baba Pillar Inc., where the healer stars evolve for the love of healing gods. But cats catch drama over the love of foreign broads.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and all. All right. Is there anyone out there that you've seen in the healing world that has inspired you?
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Other than Dr. C?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Other than Dr. C?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Other than Dr. C?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama?
I'm from with niggas, pull your card and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
Other than Dr. C?
I guess that's an obvious
And my
question.
mama? Oh, yes, most definitely. Greatest person that I could give my flowers to while they're still alive is Dr. Amy.
I'm from with niggas, pull your card and argue all day about who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
I mean, I don't know who else I could sharpen my sword with
Who's the best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
and talk. So you gotta understand, Mr. G.
It's so-
I'm in a lonely place. I'm in a lonely place. I don't have anybody to talk to about this type of information.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
I don't understand you.
That don't understand me. Most people in the community, they might say they buy health, but they don't really understand health like that.
Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
That's just their bag, and that's how they get product off and things like that. You guys that are extremely egotistical, and you can never sit down and have conversations with them because everything they know is right. So it's like, what are you gonna get from that?
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
You know, so the only person that I know that's been my brother that is a genius, that's intelligent, that knows what he's talking about,
Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
and I swear by his information,
The best MCs, Biggie, Jay-Z, and all.
is Inky.
She got to the part that stares through many days. And I looked over at her and saw the tears rolling out of her eyes. Because never did we think, I think 20 years ago, that God would do great things for us.
Speak on.
We healing. Can I get a witness here tonight?
Let's go. Take us home. Oh my goodness.
Amazing grace. The sound.
How sweet the sound.
That same.
Save the rest like me. Like me. 158th Street. A sound saves me. Head hard. I didn't know what to do. After that sound, whew, I heard that sound.
I'm found.
Powerful sound. I couldn't even see what was in front of me. Right now. Right now.
I see.
Hey, I got to do it for myself. I got to do it for myself. Thank you, NRE, for the blueprint. I'm gonna go ahead and give myself flowers. I can't even get $5 out of y'all after 48 hours of lecturing with information you never heard nowhere else. I can't get $5 cash after this. It's insane. I have to give myself my own flowers. Hey, VJ. VJ. Take us up out of here, VJ.